In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. Why should you not fight in God's cause and for those oppressed men, women, and children who cry out, Lord, rescue us from this town whose people are oppressors. By your grace, give us a protector and give us a helper. The believers fight for God's cause, while those who reject faith fight for an unjust cause. Fight the allies of Satan. Satan's strategies are truly weak. O Prophet, do you not see those who are told, restrain yourselves from fighting, perform the prayer and pay the prescribed alms? When fighting was ordained for them, some of them feared men as much as, or even more than, they feared God, saying, Lord, why have you ordained fighting for us? If only you would give us just a little more time. Say to them, little is the enjoyment in this world. The hereafter is far better for those who are mindful of God. You will not be wronged by as much as the fiber in a date stone.
Welcome to IHRC. Welcome to Islamophobia Conference 2021. Working with the westernized establishment, yes, no, maybe. This conference is organized by Islamic Human Rights Commission, Decolonial International Network, and Scotland Against Criminalising Communities. Islamophobia is, of course, one of the biggest challenges of Muslims, contemporary Muslims, and westernized establishments are instrumental in perpetuating Islamophobia. And of course, we are here today yesterday and today to discuss the response of Muslims to this Islamophobia coming from the westernized establishments, and how should we react to this Islamophobia? Should Muslims work with these establishments unconditionally support them and pledge allegiance to these establishments, or are there ethical boundaries and religious boundaries to work with these establishments? So yesterday we had very rich conversations and interesting discussions, lively discussions from the theological perspective, and within the academic context. And we had very distinguished speakers and covering different and difficult aspects of this delicate relationship with the westernized establishments. And today we are continuing these discussions and with two very interesting sessions. The first session is on war law, challenging the violent state from policing, apartheid and segregation to the forever wars, chaired by Said Khan. And then the second session is serving to the community, social services or community programs, again covering very important aspects of this relationship, and of course is a paradoxical relationship because the Islamophobia, the existence of Islamophobia, and the response of the Muslims to this Islamophobia, and dealing with this groups and this institution, the establishment, and finding a way to navigate through these establishments. And I'm now giving the floor to Said Khan, my colleague, and then so that he can start with the today's first and on conference's third session.
Brother Saifuddin, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much for all of you who are joining us either anew today on Sunday, and welcome back for those of you who are joining us on day 2 of of our Islamophobia Conference 2021 regarding, as Brother Saifuddin said, the issue of engagement with the westernized establishment, whether that is in the so-called West or whether that is in other countries that have, thanks to globalization, imperialism, and other regimes, become westernized. Yesterday, as Brother Saifuddin said, we were focusing really on the academic, or some might look at it from the standpoint of the abstract, in problematizing some of the various challenges that go along with Islamophobia, whether it is theological or within the academy. And inshallah, what we hope to do today is to provide what is this crucial element in any discussion. Oftentimes, as I'm sure you're aware, conferences, especially academic conferences, tend to then get lost in the deep reads with either language, terminology, or concepts that leave wanting the audience to try to understand where do we go from there. Inshallah, today we're going to provide that, because we are going to hear through our two panels from some wonderful practitioners, those who can share their insights and their experience on the various elements and challenges, particularly those that were highlighted yesterday. Inshallah, in this panel, which is War and Law, Challenging the Violent State from Policing, Apartheid, and Segregation to the Forever Wars, we're looking at something that is unfortunately not only timely, but has its own kind of perpetuity. The French scholar Michel Foucault talked about biopower, talked about governmentality, and particularly talked about violence and its history. And when we think about violence and when we think about war, it's not limited to that which has a physical consequence, whether on a micro or on a macro level. Violence can also be defined as a community or an individual that is under constant surveillance, under constant securitization. And part of our discussion throughout this conference is trying to devise then not only should we or should we not have certain forms of engagement with those that may be leveraging and deploying that kind of power and violence, but if so, then in what measure and in what mechanisms we can go ahead and do so. This morning, we have two seasoned veterans of this field of being practitioners, indefatigable in their activism, in their commitment, mashallah, and in the ways that they can then map out and provide through their own experiences as case studies, ways that we can then move forward with that kind of engagement, if anything. Our first speaker is going to be Lee Jasper, and Lee has been a constant campaigner for social justice over the past 3 decades. He's a leading advocate for race, equality, and injustice, including spending 8 years as Senior Policy Director for Equalities and Policing in London. Currently, he's the chair of the Lambeth Safety Forum. He's also the strategic consultant to the Black Youth Charity, a Brixton-based Code 7, or actually it's a Brixton-based charity known as Code 7, and is also the current chair for the Alliance for Police Accountability. After that, we will be hearing from Sister Arzu Mirali. She's going to kill me for that one, who's a writer and researcher. She's one of the founders of the IHRC, and she's also one of the editors for the Longview magazine, which I strongly encourage all of you to look up online for its coverage and its articles. And she's also served as the former editor-in-chief of the web journal Palestine International. With that, I'd like to invite Lee Jasper to share with us his keynote remarks.
Thank you, Chair Saeed. And can you hear me, first of all?
Yes.
Am I coming through loud and clear? I'd firstly like to extend great thanks to IHRC. I've been speaking at your conferences for many a year, and always delighted to accept the invitation, and really want to commend Islamic Human Rights Commission on the excellent work that they do year in, year out in raising the issues of Islamophobia injustice and inequalities as it impacts upon not just Muslim communities, but impacts upon all of us more broadly. A very interesting question that was posed by this conference: working within westernized establishments, yes, no, or maybe. And I think that probably points to the sort of deep anxiety and tensions that we all suffer as people who come from Africa, Caribbean, Asia, South America, and so on, in seeking to acclimatize ourselves to British society. We have these perennial tensions between the realities of systemic discrimination, injustice, and racism, principally targeted at Muslim communities, Black communities, African communities, and so on and so forth. And our desire to be fully fledged citizens waving the British flag and feeling the full enjoyment of that citizenship. Those perennial questions were also, have been discussed and dissected by everybody from Edward Said to Frantz Fanon, who speaks about this tension, this hyphenated consciousness that plagues us all, regardless of almost religion in that sense. And I think the forever wars and unjust laws are 4 words or 5 words that just beautifully encapsulate the reality of Muslim nations, African, Caribbean nations, Latin American nations, experience of the West over the last post-war period, and certainly before. The question that was posed, of course, by Professor Said was to engage or not engage with the establishment. That is the question. I would say, from my perspective, it's vital for diasporas, Muslim diasporas, the Ummah across the world, African and Caribbean, you have to engage. And that is because of the sort of symbiotic nature of the world as it is at the moment, and how that we are seeing, aren't we, the foolish sort of cultural and national pretensions of humanity are laid bare by a pandemic, which is viscerally illustrating and gaslighting these systemic inequalities that we all face. A existential climate change that we see before us, in which I don't know about you, but I've rebuilt my parents' roof in Jamaica 7 times in 10 years, and over the past 20 years before that, maybe 3 times in the whole 20 years. And so climate change not only devastates and destroys the lives, hopes, and aspirations of our people in our various countries of origin, but it places an additional economic burden on the diaspora in the West to find the money to seek to support our families who are devastated by the climate crisis. And of course, we have the pandemic of white supremacism, which is a real phenomenon and hegemonic ideology that contextualizes global economic relations and therefore fundamentally impacts upon the quality and nature of social relations between the in and the out groups that white supremacy is so adept at defining. Racism weathers us, and by that, weathering is a term that we use for the sustained impact of systemic discrimination, inequality, and injustice on your health and well-being. And all of the research that we're showing is that systemic discrimination and inequality affects Black people and Muslims from at the point of conception to birth. And we've all heard the kind of harrowing stories of their experience in maternity wards and the extent to which African and Asian women suffer infant mortality, particularly Pakistani and Bangladeshi women and young babies. We can see from the point of conception to birth that racism and systemic racism kicks in. So with all of the fundamental and existential crises that present us, we also have the effects of neoliberalism. Free market economy notwithstanding the 2008 crash, global capitalism reasserted itself, made more money out of the crisis, and has consequently gone on to consolidate itself in a way that has seen inequalities grow. Both here in the United Kingdom, social mobility is worse today than it was in the late 60s. Racial inequality, ethnic inequality, as detailed by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, shows growing, not reducing, levels of differential quality of life experiences between Muslim communities, Black communities, and their white counterparts. I would argue then that white supremacy as an evil in the world, as it does emphasizing Islamophobia and racism, is the overwhelming arrogance of capitalism in pursuit of its profits. It poses an existential threat to us all across the world. And I think that when you're facing global threats, the isolation of distinct ethnic groups, whether that is through religion or whether that's through cultural ethnicity, actually fragments the extent to which humanity can consolidate itself and present a challenge, a resistance, a pushback to the inevitability of global capitalism's absolute commitment to extract every ounce of profit, charge every percentage of interest, and driving the world into its economic demise and its climate destruction. And so it's very important that we build alliances wherever in the world that we've seen major change happen. And you look at the Black Lives Matter or the Palestinian struggle or for justice and independence, or the apartheid struggle against apartheid South Africa. Wherever we cite these things, even the drive for independence against colonialism, people came together. The Bandung Conference that happened in Indonesia brought African, Caribbean, Asian, Latin American people together to discuss how they were going to rid themselves of the yoke of Western colonialism, European colonialism. No white people were allowed in that conference. And they met in the Bandung Conference in Indonesia and set out an agenda which saw over the next 15 years, as African, Caribbean, and Asian communities worked together, the removal of settler colonialism from the continent, although the extent to which settled puppet regimes continue to rule is there for all to see. And can we just say, look, my experience in the mayor's office is that when you put together that powerful progressive alliance, you can have political leaders like Ken Livingstone, you can have political leaders like Jeremy Corbyn. But it's when that political alliance is fractured, when that big tent politic is fractured, when people through neoliberalism and the effects of neoliberalism, I would argue, have been economic and deep psychological insecurity. And when people are not sure about the future, when their realities as they perceive them are threatened, they cleave even more to their culture and their religion, to act quite rightly as an anchor in a turbulent and uncertain world. But as neoliberalism creates greater uncertainty, and as our individual and collective psychologists look to our culture and faith and religions to give us the balance and the anchor to keep us steady in these uncertain times. So there is a danger that we become very much more inward looking. And that's the That's the triumph of neoliberalism. It's made Africans more African. I don't know about you. I got Africa and the Caribbean all the time. And I'm sure people who travel to Pakistan, Bangladesh, India, and all other places will experience this. Sometimes I go home and I witness behavior in my home country, be that Jamaica or an African continent, and I think they're culturally in advance of the Africans that we've got in London, who are still behaving as if, you know, we're back in the 1950s. And so the English become more English. And I think we've seen that over Brexit, the response to neoliberalism, they become more English. The African becomes more African. The Muslim becomes more Muslim. The Jew becomes more Jew, and so on. It's a triumph of neoliberalism that it pushes us back through uncertainty into our enclaves. My argument is that it's impossible for any community to achieve the equality it seeks in isolation. Yeah. So you have to build big tent politics. And big tent politics means Muslim communities coming together with other communities facing similar challenges to bring together the biggest possible critical mass to push for progressive policies and legislation. When I was in the mayor's office, that's exactly what I saw in the Ken Livingstone. We celebrated Islamic culture. You know, we had the great conferences where we brought in Islamic scholars on the question of the clash of Huntington's clash of civilizations. We had a massive 2-day conference. Remember, Douglas Murray was there. All of the hyperbolic right-wing Islamophobes, you know, brought their condescending racism to town for all to see in full public view. The conference was a massive success. The press went absolutely crazy. But the majority of Londoners said dialogue engagement is positive. And Londoners came who weren't Muslims to the Islamic Clash of Civilizations conference, and they learned more in those 2 days about these issues than they had throughout their previous existence. So it is very important. And I remember putting on enormous pressure on the Metropolitan Police to engage with the Muslim communities. And, you know, we created all sorts of forums to which to hold the police to account. The police, as their culture, you would imagine, were resistant to engaging in this way. They wanted to see Muslim communities after 7/7 as a security issue, which they could bully and harass and intimidate. Ken Livingstone's administration and my role as policing director was to push the police back in relation to that those toxic instincts, and demand that they have the kind of relationship where the Muslim community could rightly challenge and make accountable policing. And as we did that throughout London, what we saw is better improvements in the way in which the Met recruited, trained, and engaged with Muslim communities. And we had a police accountability framework which allowed for that to happen. And these issues, and the Muslim community would meet regularly with the mayor to make sure that we were all on the same page on what we were seeking to get the Metropolitan Police or Transport for London or any other of the big London institutions to do in terms of responding to that need. And we had massive cultural festivals celebrating Islamic culture. See, London is a world city. I know, thinking to, when you look at Boris Johnson and the current administration, you may be forgiven that, you know, Britain is, or London is and the UK is a dad's army of, general buffoonery. But London is a hyper-diverse city. It is the most hyper-diverse, globalized city on the face of the planet. And herein lies both its challenge, but also its opportunity to create a unified critical mass that identifies Islamophobia as a key element and pillar of systemic racism as it impacts upon all minority communities in the UK. is much more achievable within the context of a broader alliance that builds a progressive critical mass in which we seek to fundamentally reform society. No equality can be had for Muslim communities in isolation from any other communities in the UK. No sustainable resilience can be had for the Muslim Ummah in various communities without that wider engagement. And I think the trick is for us, as I close, Chair, is that we've seen what the Black Lives Matter movement can do in the immediate aftermath of the murder of George Floyd. We've seen what young people can do in relation to climate change. And we know very well the impacts, the devastating impacts that brings to our community, countries of origin, and the pressures it puts on ourselves here. And we understand, as Muslims, the historical context for the development of white supremacy and racism that has given rise to a focused securitization of the entire aspects of Muslim communities under various governments. And we know, because, and I'll finish here, Chair, because we know, as we saw in the Nationality and Borders Bill that was passed just recently, now they want the politicians to be able to strip of us our passports. And it'll be the Windrush generation and the Begums of this world who, and Muslim communities who will see their passports stripped by political diktat by this country. And we understand the extent of the police and crime bill, which will seek to criminalize democratic and political protest in this country. So the requirement for unity has never been so great. The challenge has never been so acute. And I hope both the paper and this conversation will add to some understanding and learning in relation to these issues.
Thank you so much, Lee, for really a very rich assessment of the situation, particularly this last point that you make that in many ways, and we've seen this before, Muslims really represent the canaries in the coal mine, that there is a certain level of impunity, there's a certain level of immunity by which people can then target Muslims as the test cases for what may be these oppressive policies that will not be limited or confined to the Muslim community, but as we see, have then an import beyond that. And the current issue with the prospective ability of the government here to strip citizenship of and without any kind of due process is certainly a bellwether to concern then all so-called Western countries who could then be emboldened to do that as a domino effect. I was also very much heartened to see in both your paper and in your remarks the focus on economics. I think oftentimes when we view Islamophobia, and rightly so, as an ideological issue, we forget that perhaps one of the dominant ideologies in the world today is economics, qua neoliberalism, as you rightly cited. And this historical arc, especially in British history, going back so far, almost a millennium, tends to affirm that. In your paper, you cite Edward I, otherwise known as Edward Longshanks, made more notorious by Mel Gibson in Braveheart. And this whole idea that when in 1289, Edward found that the kingdom was in heavy debt, that he ordered the imposition of more taxes. But in order to do that, he also, recognizing that there was going to be so much pushback on it, he ordered the expulsion of Jews. More ironic given the fact that Braveheart was made by Mel Gibson and his views on that particular demographic group. The Jews, of course, as you know, were not allowed back into England until Cromwell in the 17th century. But even Elizabeth I, who is regarded not as ignominiously as Edward I, having her royal proclamation, which deported blacks and browns and even blackamoors, which of course means people who are Muslim or Moorish pedigree. Compare that to the Ottoman Empire, which had royal proclamations in the 19th century, which actually expanded citizenship rights under the Tanzimat era of Abdul-Majid I. And we see here then a very clear contrast in the ways that the so-called Western world handles these issues even in times of economic crisis, which was certainly something that the Ottoman Empire was facing in the 19th century, but instead of becoming more restrictive, becoming more expansive. And also reminding everyone that the linkages between the kind of violence through colonialism that was coincident to the rise of the first global corporation, the British East India Company, and the kind of havoc that it reached. And the last point being, as you, I think, rightly state, that white supremacy is an existential threat, but also being mindful about how the normalization of white supremacy then gives license to non-white oppressors. And we see this happening with the Hindutva movement in India, that as the zeitgeist is reorganizing the rules, it is deferring or being deferential to those who similarly are exacting that kind of violence on suspect and vulnerable communities. So thank you so much for your wonderful remarks, Lee. Now we will be hearing from Sister Arzu Mirali on her experiences with Lee, as a matter of fact, at a conference dating back 20 years. Sister Arzu.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Lee, for your presentation. I really always appreciate your thoughts. And actually, I think I really highly recommend that people go away and read some of Lee's writings and learn from his really vast experience. I think this is something that I've been thinking about with this small presentation, thinking about this whole topic as a learning process for myself, first of all. And then hopefully as something that we can carry on as conversations. I must say, first of all, say thank you for mispronouncing my name. Secondly, it's okay, you're forgiven. But secondly, thank you for mentioning India, actually. And I'm, in fact, a last-minute stand-in, a very poor stand-in for Suchitra Vijayan, who would have been talking, amongst other things, about the experiences of India, but also connecting them to the war on terror and many other things that I think I'm not qualified to talk about. I'm going to just focus, and you'll forgive me, I'm going to have to read for the next 10 minutes. Starting with that particular moment, because it struck me as something that I had forgotten about and that actually was very meaningful in my life. I've entitled the presentation, "It is Time to be Unrealistic. What did we get by working with the establishment? A review of 20 years of UK Muslim activism." And it's because, you know, we've heard a fair bit of conversation in this conference and just generally about, you know, having to face realities and, you know, needs must, and we have to, you know, not sort of think so idealistically and just face the realities that we are confronting daily and that seem to be just getting worse. And I have some sympathy with that. I've said similar things over many decades, and I've been around for many decades. But I'm thinking really maybe we need to stop that way of thinking, and we have to stop that way of acting. So back to 2001, the conference that Saeed mentioned, it was actually the Fourth World Conference, the United Nations Conference Against Racism, which was held in Durban in South Africa in the summer of 2001. And yes, Lee was there, as many activists from around the world attended the NGO forum that ran alongside the nation-state conference. And that took place in August 2001 and early September. And I mention it for two reasons. Firstly, you know, it's not that this was simply a different world being as it was, not just before, but immediately before 9/11. But for us coming from UK civil society, it was a moment where that sort of civil society, as represented there, mobilized at an international forum with people from all over the world. So I'm talking about Dalit groups, Marxist groups from India, Jewish rabbis from the US, Iranian anti-racism NGOs, the, you know, veterans of the struggle in South Africa against apartheid. I mean, you know, the list is endless. And we were all mobilizing specifically on the issue of Palestine. And we did this despite this incredible hostility of Zionist organizations and members of the UN hierarchy at that conference, as well as obviously the general pervasive, you know, atmosphere in westernized societies about this issue. We were doing that even though there were actual threats of violence from Zionist groups at the conference in Durban. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. It was a really febrile atmosphere. And this was all done despite, the prevailing anti-Palestinian mood in the UK delegation, okay, that was sort of monitoring us and kind of, obviously trying to control us and looking at us when we are coming back to the UK. And the sort of general antipathy of the British establishment at home. Second reason I'm mentioning is because one of the panelists, one of the contributors to the panel after this presentation of myself and Lee's presentation, is a veteran of the struggle against apartheid. And I think his views on how to deal with the state and to achieve a revolutionary moment and then deal with the aftermath and the retreat from the revolutionary moment will be really important for this particular conversation that we're having now, because we, for whatever reason, have obviously veered towards UK, US issues for a couple of days, but it is much wider than that. And we keep emphasizing this, that we need to keep learning across borders in the same way that actually mobilization against oppressed communities is clearly working across borders now. Back to Durban, and just one of my particular memories was, and it pains me even now when I think about it, is when we were walking, myself and a couple of colleagues, from one venue to another, coming across a picket line of striking workers in the street somewhere, and they had all joined together to sing Nkosi Sikelel' Africa. It was very moving. And then the shop steward took the loud hailer and started speaking, and he was speaking of his grief that he had just lost so many comrades in the struggle against apartheid. And yet just a few years after the abolition of apartheid was finding himself, nominally, the abolition of apartheid, finding himself striking in the streets to challenge the economic apartheid that still existed. It really hadn't gone away. So that moment, just a few years after the abolition, again in parentheses, of the apartheid state, it still has resonance for me now. I grew up in the 70s and 80s in the UK. It was a time of open hatred and hostility and racism on the street, in the media and political circles. And, however, there was also an ascendancy of mobilization against it. And whatever, pain we were going through, many of us thought that, things are going to get better as we get older, and things will definitely be better for our children. I mean, incredibly, I wish that were true, but that's a whole other thing we can develop in the discussion. We felt that all the struggles, the sacrifices, they were going to be for a better world, and that better world was just around the corner. And part of that process, where we also actually thought things are getting better, was that, many people began to get positions within the establishment. There was, quote unquote, growing representation. Now, you have people like Lee, and there are many of them who are highly principled and work with that big tent politics idea, who don't, and still till this day, there are many people like this within the system who haven't lost their ideals. But at the same time, and this is something that we saw also happening back in the sort of 80s, 90s, that there was a lot of co-option of parts of the anti-racist struggle, of certain figures and certain groups, whether it was, integrating them into mainstream political parties and positions, or, some of them became broadcasters. And at the time, I think we didn't really realize, certainly I didn't, that representation wasn't as meaningful and symbolic as we thought it was, and it wasn't really representing a changing world. If anything, if we were not fools, then we were at least fooled by what was going on. So the question I sort of want to problematize here is then, we do still have genuine people working in the system. I'm not really interested in discussing, as has already been discussed elsewhere, the people who, end up being the worst facets of the system, okay, from minoritized communities. But those people are either, silenced, the good people, persecuted, demonized, or they become deflated and depressed and leave. I know I'm pretty depressed most of the time. So I want to look at some of the history of some of the things we did in the UK, and it's going to be critical. I won't be sort of naming names. I don't think that takes us anywhere. But I want to know whether, and I'm asking myself this question as much as anybody else, what is it we've learned from this? Because we have another generation growing up now, and they, in some ways are extremely inspiring. They really go against the grain, a lot of them. But at the same time, I'm not seeing new things happening. I'm seeing the same mistakes happening all over again that we all went through. So, we can live this cycle forever. well, except that with the kind of climate emergency, forever is not probably going to be that long, or we can try and change the world. We need to learn and look to different outcomes. So back in 97, when IHRC was set up, we were actually one of the first organizations that flagged up the dangers of the introduction of new anti-terrorism laws. Those laws were brought in by New Labour in their first term. And seemingly there was no context to them either. I mean, there'd just been a sort of repeal a few years earlier of the anti-terrorism laws that existed with regard to the so-called troubles, or the kind of insurgency that was going on in the north of Ireland, which was now in sort of a peace process by the time the new laws came in. And those who were particularly targeted by the 1997 laws were a kind of niche group of Muslims. They were mainly from Algeria. They were exiles from the civil war and the political violence that was going over there. And as a small community, they were isolated even from the wider Muslim community. And so what you kind of saw, if you were involved in that kind of activism on the ground and with these cases, was that the kind of vagaries and extremes of this law was being tested out on them, and the political and social responses gauged. And it was very hard to get people to, even at that time, pre a sort of, security state, a very overt security state mentality that we had after 9/11, to really kind of push back against what was quite a huge encroachment onto civil liberties. And just as with the previous laws, it was because, well, it was not seen as affecting us. Now, that was the wider us of, I guess, what you would call a white dominant society, but also all these other minorities and groups, including the wider Muslim community. On the other side, you've got organizations like IHRC, other civil liberties organizations, not that many, to be honest, Muslim organizations, protesting and doing all the sort of right things. Okay, so we were writing to MPs, we were writing to lords. In those days, every peer of the realm had a vote. And I remember, it's a long aside, but some really annoyed gentry and, children of gentry writing back saying, why are you wasting our time with all this stuff? It's got nothing to do with us. We went through the same thing again. In 2000, there were more anti-terror laws. By the time the first post-9/11 laws were brought in, this whole process was established. A law would come in, or there would be a proposal, and people start, campaigning, trying to push back. And more organizations were on board. I mean, there were still largely civil liberties organizations rather than Muslim organizations, or some anti-racist organizations, but again, not Muslim hat organizations. This time we had legal challenges going on. We had, others writing to lawmakers, we were all writing briefings for journalists. And at that time, you did have a media, large swathes of whom were deeply critical of the laws and the impact it was going to have, both on Muslims and then society in general, and sort of could see how social mores would be sort of molded and manipulated and changed going forward. And to be fair, more Muslim organizations were getting concerned about the sudden upsurge of terrorism-related arrests, okay? I mean, there were thousands in the early years after 9/11, and very few, you can count them, a handful of cases that ever resulted in any prosecutions, and those prosecutions were not for anything like quote-unquote terrorism. They were things like immigration violations. So you would think with this kind of quite enormous mobilization of the state against the Muslim community, there would be some kind of radical mobilization against it. And going back 20 years before that, when you see the mobilization against the SACC laws, whether you want to talk about the riots, or whether you want to talk about protests, or whether you want to talk about the kind of political mobilizations, there was a fair lot to learn from. But sadly, what we kind of saw was a very softly approach. Okay, and this sort of was, I don't know how to describe it, a kind of idea that, if you can show yourself to be the uber loyal citizen and commanding the community to take their responsibilities as citizens seriously, somehow this would persuade the establishment that they had made a mistake regarding these laws and their perception of Muslims, which are framing these laws. And I think, this was naive at best, and demonstrably it failed. Let's skip ahead a little bit. If you don't believe me, the documentation is out there. IHRC was one of, an organization that issued lots of know your rights leaflets so that people could carry them around with them, like the traditional bus card. If you get stopped under anti-terrorism laws, these are your rights, etc., etc. The government funded or helped to fund another organization to do a card for mass distribution amongst Muslims as well, as a kind of response to that type of mobilization. And that leaflet, that card, was called the Know Your Rights and Responsibilities card. And I don't know if that's as shocking now as it was back then to some of us, but it just reinforces the second-class citizenship that in theory you're supposed to be fighting against. And I'm not sure that as a community or communities united in our experience of demonization, we've really learned anything of that from that. I guess in summary, there was one track of established opposition to the laws that used protest, lobbying, legal action, education awareness of both the community, media, and wider political classes' strategies to get those laws overturned. Then there was this strategy which sought to use deference to power in order to mitigate the effects of the laws or keep themselves and theirs out of the law's sights. And the thing is, both those tracks failed, right? So as much as I'm highly critical of one and deeply embedded in the other, we're no better off with either of those, really, than, maybe anything else, or not doing them at all. Those of you familiar with the UK will know there's been a huge tranche of anti-terrorism laws. I mean, almost annually, policies, I don't know the list. If these things were happening in a country in the global south, we know that they would be endless coverage on the front page of the Times and everywhere else. But, they're just normalized here. We have secret courts, extended periods of detention without charge, control orders, quasi-home arrest, basically, confiscation of assets without due process, extradition, on subpar thresholds of evidence, wide-ranging powers of stop and search. I can go on and on. I still won't have covered prevent, contest, Schedule 7, stripping of nationality, and so on. Fahad Ansari is on the panel. He will be able to bring much more light on some of these things. So what has changed alongside of this process of what we've been going through is the tolerance of wider society and civil society and civil liberties organizations and some anti-racism organizations, and I think Professor Miller named quite a few yesterday, and of course Muslim civil society, to this new normal. Okay, so we're not even processing these experiences in the ways that we should do if we wanted to be pushing back, not just for justice for ourselves, but for wider society as a whole. I don't know how I'm doing for time, actually. Oh, I've got, so sorry.
You can keep going. Yep.
So what I will conclude with is that, okay, part of the thing that happened with IHRC is that in 2015, alongside a group of other organizations, we announced we were no longer going to take part in consultations with the government on the anti-terror laws. This declaration was based on the fact that little was achieved by participating in these consultations, except for giving a veneer of legitimacy to government plans, etc., etc. This announcement took place in a kind of exciting context, subsequent to that and the kind of arguments we were making. Even the independent reviewer of the laws, Max Hill, QC, picked up the campaign line that, actually we didn't even need to enact any anti-terrorism laws because there was enough kind of criminal law available to prosecute people who had been responsible for political violence, and that we shouldn't be just enacting laws because, quote unquote, something needs to be done. So that was 2018 when Max Hill picked that up. Where are we now? And I'm saying this because that moment was, again, one of these very exciting moments where we thought, yay, now people are listening about the anti-terror laws. Well, as Lee has already said, 3 days ago, we had the new nationalities bill, whatever it's called now. We've had so many stripping people of their, we already had this thing where citizens could be stripped of their citizenship, but that's been now further extended. So I started this by saying we need to be unrealistic. And I think, and I would go on, and my paper will be available, talking about some of the kind of foreign policy, war on terror things, and, our problematic relationship with the state when it comes to dealing with, quote unquote, foreign policy issues. I'm thinking back now and thinking, okay, we had all these kind of quasi-successes and we had a lot of things that went wrong. But overall, literally nothing has changed. The state has pushed ahead. And our thinking has been molded by that experience and by the state's control of how much it is we are allowed to protest and how much of it we are allowed to push back against. And as the more they say you can't push back against it, we are stuck. We're stuck in this cycle of what is allowed to us. And I think we've lost that kind of principled stance that we saw in arenas like that of Durban, where we didn't really care what the backlash was going to be. We probably didn't even think it through very carefully, that for some people it might be very, very severe, that we would spend years being chased by, certain organizations and characters trying to, demonize us and marginalize us. Actually, that was quite a good thing. I think we have got to a stage where we have to be unrealistic and start thinking in unrealistic ways, because otherwise we will be always trapped in this nightmare of realism where we can only go so far, and every day that so far that we can go is being pushed back by the state, and we have nothing because we have no imagination and no, shall we say, courage to do anything except what they tell us we can do. I will leave it there.
Jazakallah khair, Sister Arzu, for really a very sobering assessment of the reality of the unreal. It makes me think of Jean Baudrillard's work on hyperreality and how prophetic he was in devising that around the time of the Iraq, the first Gulf War. And 30 years on, it seems as though we're still in that paradigm of what really then is our particular reality, as I think you aptly said, what is given to us to allow us to have a certain reality. I also find it somewhat ironic that here we are talking about the Durban Conference on the day that former and last apartheid-era Prime Minister F.W. de Klerk had his funeral. So end of an era, but the lingering vestiges of a mission and a project unfulfilled from that particular conference, well-intended that it was. This is the big question: how do we separate good engagers from bad engagers? It's easy when we're looking at things in a polar level, and some people are very helpful to the community in just how egregious and blatant that they are. That seems to be something that even the British and the American governments are now following, a kind of shameless, out in the open way of demonstrating their rank impunity. I really, though, am interested in also thank you for reminding us that the UN Conference on Racism occurred a mere 8 days before the 9/11 attacks. And a lot of the publicity around that, of course, was the United States and Israel very brazenly and openly and visibly walking out of the conference. Given the fact that the last anniversary of 9/11 has passed us by, and there was such a tremendous level of interest and attention paid on commemorating it, remembering it, assessing it 2 decades long. Perhaps one of the projects that might be required is to do a similar assessment of 2 decades on from the UN Conference on Racism. And as you said, what have we learned from that? As Christopher Nolan's movie Inception talks about, sometimes it's about going deeper and deeper and deeper and plumbing those depths to then try to understand what are the causes of the reality that is being imposed upon us. And given how much column space and how much airtime was given to 9/11, a similar assessment of the Durban Conference might be very helpful for the community and for other communities to understand that landscape. You mentioned the anti-terrorism laws that essentially became one of IHRC's first projects to flag. It's important to also remember that this was a year after a similar set of legislation was passed by a similarly, at least apparent or appearing, liberal President Clinton, good friends as he was with Tony Blair. And so this project of, under the guise of smiling presidents and prime ministers respectively, coming up with more insidious and more oppressive legal systems, and those targeting particularly the most marginalized members of their respective communities, is something that I think deserves further study. Yesterday, for those of you who attended, you might remember Dr. Kasia Narkowicz invoking the idea of the master's house. As Sister Arzu, you mentioned the kind of ambivalence or the kind of bewilderment that why not now if things seem to be so problematic? Why are more community members not engaging? It seems like there's always the challenge of convincing people that the house is on fire, but there's also included within that trying to show them which house is on fire. Sometimes the alarmism that they may have is either misdirected, or when it comes to their set of priorities, they're looking perhaps in a completely different direction, maybe in a particularly different, entirely different geographic location of what the problems might be. And then on the issue of mass mobilization, this is a big dilemma that we see in both the UK as well as in the US and so many other places. Case in point, in 2017, when the new president at the time, Trump, fulfilled his campaign promise of instigating a Muslim travel ban. This was met with a lot of coalition building. There was a lot of solidarity by so many different non-Muslim groups, which of course was very well intended, very sincere, and welcomed. But there also needs to be, I think, that element of cynicism and skepticism that Sister Arzu, you bring to the equation and the analysis, to recognize that part of the motivation by the left in supporting Muslims was because we were the most easily and conveniently visible cudgel by which to push back on the political right. Some would simply accept that and say, thank you very much, demonstrate their gratitude, because the ends justify the means. But perhaps it's also equally important to be mindful that the motivations are at least as important as the final product to be considered. So thank you very much for your remarks. We have some excellent panelists, some of whom Sister Arzu has already cited, who will be in conversation with our excellent keynotes to then add further texture to what are some of the dilemmas facing us within this battle of how practitioners should engage, particularly when it comes to war and law. We have with us Mohammed Kreinstein, who is an activist in not only the UK, but also his home country of South Africa, and is a solidarity activist with people throughout the world. He's primarily involved in the Labour Black Socialists within the UK Labour Party. Also in South Africa, he's a member of the Kibla movement, which was founded during the anti-apartheid struggle, and that still fights for the cause of social justice. He's also the chairperson of Protect UWC, University of Western Cape, a human rights organization that fights institutional integrity in higher education within South Africa. We will also be joined by Dr. Robert Farr Walker, who is the ESRC Fellow at the University College London's Institute of Education. He is former senior researcher at SOAS, Influencing Corridors of Power project, and convenes the monthly Prevent Digest. His most recent book is on the emergence of extremism. And lastly, Fahad Ansari is the principal solicitor and director of Riverway Law, a niche immigration and nationality law firm where he specializes in complex cases that often involve a national security element. He's been involved in community work around the war on terror and Islamophobia for well over 2 decades. I welcome now Mohammed Kreinstein.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيد رسولي وخاتم أنبياء محمد وعلى آله الطيبين الطاهرين وجميع المعصومين ولعنة الله على أعدائهم إلى يوم الدين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Thank you for the invitation. And when the Islamic Human Rights Commission calls, I can never say no. I can never be busy. Because if the Islamic Human Rights Commission did not exist, there would be a need to create the Islamic Human Rights Commission, because it takes up causes where bigger human rights organizations fear to tread. And there are some activists in prisons and communities under oppression for whom the Islamic Human Rights Commission is their primary source of comfort. So, when Sister Arzu speaks the way that she does, it is as a result of a candle burning itself out on very dark nights. And sometimes saying, what have I done that made a difference? If one takes Sister Arzu's position, that is the pain that activism inflicts. It tears you apart if it is meaningful, if it is not a career move. But Samuel Beckett says, try again, fail again, fail better. In struggles, successes are very few and far between. And what we heard was a heart speaking of the pain of trying. After all, Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living. The Quran says, لِقَوْمٍ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. Malcolm X says, the examined life is painful. And that pain that we heard from her is the kind of pain that Malcolm X spoke about. And it is the pain that gets you killed. Our brother Lee was a bit more optimistic. But you can hear that he is hopeful. But he is not a hope founded in naivety. I listened to him and I saw hope as a verb, not as a state of being hopeful. Not as a noun, but as a verb something that one does despite the evidence to the contrary. After all, it comes from a people who were enslaved. And when you are the descendant of slaves, one has a responsibility. As Socrates says, parrhesia is the cause of my unpopularity. وَقُولُوا قَوْلًا سَدِيدًا. Plain speaking, says the Quran. Speak plainly. Socrates says, you speak plainly and you land into trouble. And he also died. Our sister Arza has been speaking plainly for decades. And sometimes when you speak that plainly, you lose your voice. Sometimes you lose your mind, as long as you don't lose your heart, because that is also what keeps Brother Lee going. He's got a heart. And that is the range of things that we could do. And we always are in the narrow confines between hope as a verb and despair, not the kind of despair of ulama who say, do not despair of the hope of Allah. That is completely irrelevant. It is existential. Because once you look at the condition of oppressed people under a neoliberal system, it is a catastrophe. If you're not moved, you are not here. Then you are part of the problem. We are, in order to identify what we have to do, we have to identify the condition in which we are. And the condition in which we are is both 40 years of neoliberalism and an intensification and a diversification of neoliberalism to post-neoliberalism. Even the post and the neo together make a confusing mix. But the state retreats as a mediator between ordinary people and the market. And there is nothing. You're only a consumer or you are nothing. We say Allahu Akbar. But Akbar in the world, I don't know which book the clergy read. Akbar in the world is the IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the Bank of International Settlements, and the US Treasury. They decide who lives and dies. Even 500,000 Iraqi children is the price worth paying, a Secretary of State said. We live in a time when having sometimes hope as a verb of our brother Lee so easily slips into almost the despair, but not a despair of resignation, an existential condition, because the activist is in a post-political situation, as Chantal Mouffe would say. Tariq Ali would say the extreme center. There is no politics between left and right because the center has shifted to the right, and between the center left and center right austerity at home, imperial war abroad. The social democratic reforms after World War II have been completely dismantled. And anyone who tries any means to nationalize public transport, nationalize health services, nationalize public education, you are punished. That is why those people in 2001 were demonstrating, the shop stewards was demonstrating in Durban, because our struggle against apartheid was an epic struggle. It was worth it. But the icons of the struggle, they sold out. They sold out to the IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization without a popular mandate. The person who becomes the first minister of finance comes from a working class environment, is now, because of that successful re-engineering of that moral force on the global stage in the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, South African anti-apartheid struggle, because of the capitulation and removing a moral force from the global stage, that person is now one of the vice presidents of a major financial institution that does not care about oppressed people. Austerity at home leaves oppressed people in this country largely. You've got 14 million poor people, and not a word is said about them. 4.9 million of them are children. Not a word is said. A footballer has to raise the issue of holiday hunger. Black people are on the receiving end of the worst conditions in housing, education, employment. The criminal, we're integrated into the criminal justice system. At every level, the outcomes are worse. In the education system, at every level, the outcomes are worse. When we've got people who go around, Muslims who go around and talk about, in the UK, talk about peace and democracy. What is this? Being involved in those projects is a waste of time. It legitimizes the UK's nefarious role, egregious role on the global stage. It has 145 military sites in 42 countries focused on Africa, Muslim countries, and South Asia. Peace to the United Kingdom is a strategic threat. Peace anywhere to the United Kingdom, especially amongst Muslims, especially amongst people in Africa, and especially in Southeast Asia, is a strategic threat. Now, how come they didn't listen to the Beatles? All we are saying is give peace a chance. What is needed is a mass movement that is prepared to be radical. And because it is a mass movement that operates outside the formal political establishment, it can afford to be radical. But people must be prepared to pay the price. If you're not prepared to pay the ultimate price for your rights, you might as well pack up and go. They will walk over you as they are walking over us. It is important, however, that the mass movements that are radical in raising the issues in housing, in education, in transport, on climate change. COP26 failed because there are no market solutions to the climate catastrophe. No market solutions. In complexity theory, in wicked problems theory, that is what climate change is. That was the environment is. Competition is completely unsuited. to even begin framing the problem. So we need mass movements that are prepared to work with good people like our brother Lee inside the system. Because when they are inside the system, the good people are eaten up alive. Yesterday, our brother said there's a striptease dance going on often. In academia, we see our brother David cut down. But we need people on the inside, and they will be constrained. We will, on the outside, operate on highways. They will operate in country lanes. But the issues are real, they are catastrophic. We need the hope of our brother Lee, and we need the existential angst of a sister Arzu, so that we remain true. Thank you.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Ridwan, for some very evocative remarks. I also want to thank you for the attention you pay to literature. I think within that you invoked Alexander Pope, E.M. Forster, who of course understanding colonialism through his work is very important. Samuel Beckett, Socrates, the Quran, Malcolm X, Tariq Ali, and you also asked the provocative question, what book do our clergy read today? Perhaps it's Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, which seems to prevail in the neoliberalization of so many religions, unfortunately. The identification of not only the 40 years of neoliberalism, but its own morphology and metamorphosis to post-neoliberalism is quite important, as well as facing this reality that humankind being reduced to just a consumer and its engagement with the market is an entire departure from even what was the inception points of Enlightenment philosophy, of reorganizing the relationship of the subject to the sovereign, to being the citizen to the state, and recognizing then how those shifts not only have redefined us, but have repurposed us. Also, the idea then of the myth of the universal West, in the way that when the West was engaged in its inception of its colonial project, it maintained democracy and liberalism at home, but gave oppression abroad. So we have then the myth of the universal West versus the reality of the hegemonic West upon us. Thank you for mentioning Marcus Rashford, MBE, the very courageous footballer who gave attention to hunger in Britain, and unfortunately by many was also vilified. It's important to remember that he was mocked for it, people saying just play football, that's your job, without recognizing that he was somebody who had humanity on his mind before a ball and a salary. The mass movements prepping to work with good people inside the system is, it seems to be the highest priority. And inshallah, hopefully in the Q&A session, we'd love to hear from you about especially your experiences in South Africa, how that was able to be deployed in what must have been some very perilous conditions. So thank you again for that. With that, I'd like to move to our next panelist, Dr. Robert Farr Walker.
Hi, thanks very much, and thanks very much for everyone that's talked so far. It's been a fascinating introduction. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to be here yesterday, but I hope you'll watch some of that back at some point when I get a chance. So as you've already mentioned, my recent work, a book that was recently that I recently published, was on the emergence of extremism. And I want to put extremism in heavy scare quotes there, because I'm particularly interested in language. And how that has come to be, that word has come to be intrinsically linked to Islamophobia on a long connected to the imperial project going back, perhaps for the last 100 years. And so I'm going to touch on that, but just to talk to a few of the speakers already, Lee was talking about the police refusing to acknowledge Muslim experience. And I just wanted to mirror that in saying that through my own work, looking at government policy, I similarly tend to try not to work with policymakers in official capacities, because it just ends up being used as a sort of whitewashing exercise, as has been alluded to. But I have found myself on various occasions in rooms with senior police officers and other Muslim groups and individual Muslims, and the universal experience in those spaces has been the Muslims being shut down while I'm allowed to speak. And I've tended to find myself spending a lot of time getting angry for the police, senior police officers, this is not allowing Muslims to speak, not listening to them. And even when it's pointed out to them, still persisting with that kind of behavior. And we've seen similarly, sort of on a national scale with the police, with some horrific reporting of horrific policing, even over this weekend, but it seems to be sort of coming thick and fast at the moment. But really what this serves as is a reminder that the police's role tends to be largely around the official role, but in the repression of past and present crimes. So the police's denial of racism is fundamental to their role. And this is tied to what I've written about, which is the historical and geographical creep of extremism, again in heavy scare quotes. You can see the word extremism, it first appears in Parliament, tied to anti-colonial struggles around the world as the British Empire starts falling apart at the start of the 20th century, or the first quarter of the 20th century, I should say. And so you get British politicians referring to people who are involved in anti-colonial struggles as extremists. It's very much used as a way of discrediting them. But then it creeps back home, and you can see that over the next 100 years, it creeps back to the UK until we get under New Labour, which has been mentioned as well. I think Ozzy was talking about New Labour, that New Labour invent the idea that we should police extremism, and we shouldn't forget that this is a new phenomenon. It's not normal historically to be policing political views in the way that we are doing now by naming extremism. And we talked about, Ozzy talked about the new normal and normative politics. And you can only define someone else as extremist from a normative standpoint. So we should always challenge the use of that word. Anyone calling anyone else an extremist, what does that say about them? It always says more about the person speaking than the person they're speaking about. So extremism came around. We created this new front in the war on terror with the domestic war on terrorism in the US and the UK at the same time as we invented counter-extremism policies. But then we've also referred to this as being Ozzy talks about racism and Islamophobia being global. And that's been very much a major part of that project has been the subsequent export of counter-extremism policies back out around the world. So you've seen, counter-extremism used around the world, from Palestine to Myanmar to Muslim Uyghurs or Uyghur Muslims in China, where in fact in Xinjiang, the UK border agency, we know, gave counter-extremism training to the Chinese state in advance of the creation of the concentration camps that we now know that many, many people are being kept in, a horrific number of people being kept in. So again, the UK was absolutely complicit and even formative in the creation of those policies against Muslims around the world. And we shouldn't forget as well that the war on terror, so, the more, I think in sort of security terms, the state would refer to it as the kinetic war on terror, the actual fighting that goes on from Iraq to Afghanistan, and in other kind of hidden drone strikes and dark wars around the world. That these are all progressively more privatized wars. They're done by private actors, by mercenaries. So within the sort of neoliberal paradigm, this is very much part of the economic project of neoliberalism. The war on terror is yet another way, an incredibly effective way of transferring wealth from the public and from the taxpayer to corporations. You can see the billions of dollars that are pouring into these private companies, many with close links to British and US politicians. And it's that level of corruption, not just it's almost the sort of, well, it's an equal part of it, but that financial corruption, but also the moral corruption and the violence that is part of the war on terror, the horrific war on terror, which we've seen a massive expression of at the end, a couple of days ago, with the ruling on Julian Assange. Julian Assange, infamously, he's been locked up now for a decade for revealing what was going on with the war on terror. And we need to make no mistake that the ruling of Assange, the ruling of a British kangaroo court to say that he can be extradited to the US, is to enable future war crimes and is to enable future cover-ups. And in the current climate, it seems entirely likely, that these will continue to be directed against Muslims at home and abroad. But there is a certain positive aspect to the Assange ruling that I want to finish up with. But before that, I want to return to where Lee started, which is around the existential crises of racism, Islamophobia, but also climate change, which is affecting the global south in a far greater way. It reveals, like the pandemic, it reveals gross inequalities in the world. But I want to turn to some recent art literature on this, and that's in Kim Stanley Robinson's book, The Ministry of the Future, in which his starting point is COP26, and he imagines how we might solve the existential crisis of climate change. And the important point that he makes throughout his book is that there are non-state or anti-state activists required. And he goes into great detail about the different levels of types of activists and how active they really are, as well as forms of state and establishment engagement for any solution. And we just heard about complexity, and this is vital. We need to recognize the complexity of any situation, but especially these existential crises, which are arguably the most complex situations that we face. They will all, as any complex situation does, will all require multivalent solutions. They will all require many solutions that all converge into something better. And Kim Stanley Robinson, the author of Ministry of the Future, he wrote another article on the need to be anti-utopian. Let's just say that again, anti-utopian. We need to challenge anti-utopian thinking. And that's very difficult because, as Arzu has pointed out, this is a time to be depressed. It is a time to despair. But I think, as others have pointed out, that we can take action from that despair, and we can be anti-utopian. And I wonder if this anti-utopianism is the disposition that we need to maintain the alliances and the big tent politics that Lee talks of, to see the positive in one another, to be able to work together, to see positive acts despite the horror that's going on around them. An example of that anti-utopianism, to bring it back to what I mentioned I'd talk about to finish off with, is in Julian Assange. The Julian Assange ruling a couple of days ago reveals a gross injustice. It reveals a gross injustice that we already knew was there. But it also makes it clear for all to see, and everyone can see it now. And that is despite the massive weight of the political class, the massive weight of the judiciary, and the even bigger weight of the press against him. So despite all of those things being behind his incarceration, encouraging his incarceration, trying to hide the truth, it's all there for everyone to see. So I think we're not there. This is obviously a time for despair, but when there were people, everyone has talked about the need for mass movements. The catalyst is there and it's visible. And if anything, the Assange judgment demonstrates that it is almost impossible to make it invisible. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Rob, for those that insight. Yesterday, we heard from Sandeep Hiwa, and he echoed your focus on technology and language, particularly when it comes to the production of knowledge and looking at knowledge from the perspective of being a concept. And here, as you've said rightly, I mean, the deployment of the word extremism, it's interesting how terminology is perhaps the first casualty to a world without due process. The idea that someone can go ahead and define and impugn an individual without them having the requisite agency to push back on that, and worse, the agency to be able to self-define or re-self-define themselves. So I think this is an important concept as far as how we then need to strive toward those mass movements, is to reclaim the mantle of that terminology. And of course, within the Muslim experience, we have the works of people like Norman Daniel, Islam and the West, the Making of an Image. This is nothing new, but as we are lurching further and further into these kinds of technological singularities, we find that mass communications and technology then help to perpetuate terminology that is inimical to the interests of so many. And the challenge then becomes even greater to then try to refute that and to regain that ground. I also appreciate the fact that you rightly problematize neoliberalism and recognize it as really what it is, an aggressive species that will fight for its own survival, even if it means scorching the ground underneath it. It operates at best to keep in a parasitic situation those alive from which it can feed, since it cannot fully feed itself, and at worst put them into a shadow of their existence in order to perpetuate itself. The book that you cite from Stanley Robinson on the Ministry of the Future is, I think, a good template to move forward as far as providing an understanding of something that is quite timely and within our recent experience in the news cycle, which is COP26, seeing not only the defiance of certain powers to the rules that they claim that they want to uphold, but interestingly also keeping an eye on those pretenders to join that league of acceptable people outside the inverted commas of extremists by being conformists. Countries like India refusing to comply with some of the measures that would be remedial in our allegedly joint pursuit of combating climate change. And then this idea of non-state and anti-state actors, along with the UN Conference on Racism in 2001, I think it's also important to remember that there were protests against the WTO, I believe in Genoa that summer as well, to lend attention. And unfortunately, the 9/11 attacks sucked the oxygen out of the visibility of those. Now, I'm not, of course, implying any kind of conspiracy or that they were linked, but it shows then the precarious nature of the news cycle, and perhaps then part of those mass movements need to be in developing mechanisms to ensure that the visibility is always there. After all, 2001 was still before social media became what it is. Perhaps we can use social media as a force for good to push back on some of the ways that it's being used. Again, thank you for your remarks, Rob. We will now hear from Fahad Ansari.
Assalamu alaikum, and good afternoon to all those watching. Thank you to IHRC and to Sister Arzu in particular for cajoling me to attend today. I wasn't scheduled to be here, but then after, it didn't take much convincing, but I am here now. I owe a lot of my background in political insight, let's say, to my time at IHRC, going back nearly 20 years now. And I always say that I would not, I guess, be who I am, or I would not think the way I think had it not been for that, those formative years working with Masood and Arzu and the team at IHRC. So when Arzu asked me to do something, it's very, very hard to say no. I do try, but you end up being here as always. I haven't prepared anything in particular, but I had some thoughts that went through my head when I was listening to the contributions from the various panelists. Just to set straight, I'm not an academic. I'm not going to be quoting any literature. I'm just going to give you my own experiences working as a lawyer in the system, and from my time as an activist, which is still ongoing. If you look at the current situation in Britain, you have a regime that's governing in which over 140,000 people have died in the past 18 months as part of a pandemic. And there's barely a murmur of protest. You have a regime in which it is coming out every single week another scandal, whether it's the COVID contract, whether it's Boris Johnson's Christmas party, whether it's breach of the rules. And the general British reaction to such open corruption and open trolling from those who rule the country is simply to engage on Twitter, make some memes, crack some jokes, express shock, write letters. But that's it. I mean, there's no one on the streets. Had this been in any other part of the world, the people would be on the streets. They would be demanding the fall of the government. But we don't have that here. And when you look at what the system is designed to do is to push you to vote for the opposition party. But when the opposition is merely a shadow of the ruling power, then what are your alternatives? And the British way is to just accept it. And I feel that as Muslims, we have become part of that ourselves. So as Muslims, we've become part of that ourselves. We have come to a situation where if you think back over 2 decades ago when the Rushdie affair happened, and despite the grey hairs, that is slightly before my time, the streets were filled with people protesting, expressing their dissatisfaction. The anger was very, very visible. And then as the war and terror years continued, people still were coming on the streets, people expressing their opposition to the laws. They were challenging them, vigorously challenged them in every sphere. And now you've come to the stage where a new nationality and borders bill comes in, part of which brings in a clause that says that the government no longer needs to give you a notice before they deprive you of their citizenship. And it's as if for the first time in 15 years, people have woken up and realized that they can take away your citizenship, when in actual fact, this has been happening for the past 15 years. And this law that the Tories are now amending was actually brought in by the Labour government under Tony Blair in 2006. But it's this sort of myopic view with which the community looks, and the reaction, even the reaction now. What is the reaction when you do finally realize that you are a second-class citizen, and even that second-class citizenship can be taken away from you? The reaction is to do a petition, and there's nothing more. Any other community, any other part of the world with any self-respect, with any dignity, would be on the streets. And unfortunately, I think that the way that the community has been molded and shaped by the various parties, whether that be within the community or outside it, we've been molded to accept and to submit to the authority. And I mean, without delving into that further, I as a parent, so when I was working with IHRC, I wasn't a parent, I wasn't married, but 11 years ago, I became a parent. And as my children grow older and we discuss issues, and the constant phrase I hear from them is, when we talk about something that's happening in government or around the world, is, that's not fair. That's not fair. Well, how can they do that? And in schools and in the education system, the way they are teaching, again, is to engage with the system, engage, vote for your MP, see the MP. Certain groups in the community are talking about thanking your MP. For what exactly? But when I question them, and I try to get them to critically analyze, why are we doing this and what we're doing, the problem is, and the difficulty you get is, it becomes a bit disempowering, because you talk about engaging with a system that you are routinely undermining, routinely criticizing, routinely condemning. Why? Because it is an unjust system. Yet when it comes to our children, and well, what's the alternative? That is disempowering. And that's why I sort of, what Sister Arzu said really chimed with me, is that it is time to be unrealistic and to think, well, unless we create an alternative vision for the future generation, then they are doomed to either carry on repeating the same mistakes as is the best of we can do, or they'll just completely disengage and be disillusioned and depressed and leave the system as it is and not even seek to challenge it. And that's sort of the dilemma you have. So what we're looking at, what's been alluded to, is creating a new vision, something completely outside the box, where the structure has to collapse. The structure is so corrupt. It's such to use the word evil, I think is appropriate in this scenario. I don't use it sparingly. And on that point, I was actually, while I was just reading the papers from Lee and from Arzu yesterday, I started watching, or had the Omen, the 70s horror movie playing in the background. Now, something I do when I'm preparing, I just put something on the background to try to, I don't know, do a bit of two things at once. It just makes me concentrate a bit better on what I'm doing. I'm a bit weird that way. But while it's on in the background, I couldn't help but see this analogy about this engagement with the system. And for those of you who've seen The Omen, it is all about the child of the devil and the various parties that come to try to protect that devil. And the more you try to appease it, the worse the situation gets. So one by one, different people get killed off in the movie because they're trying, by the father's attempt, to appease the child and not recognize it for what it is. And to the point where a new nanny comes in, and as she enters the house, she says, "I'm here to take away some of your troubles and anxieties." And unfortunately, that's how you might look at Keir Starmer at the moment in the Labour Party, that they're not there to actually challenge it. They're there to actually protect that evil and to carry it forward. It might seem like a silly analogy, but it is the one that came to mind, especially as I'm reading Arzu's paper and in my mind going through this journey of the past 20 years. And when I hear about know your rights and responsibilities, it does seem like a really utopian moment that a Muslim organization would even say that. Because now the rights part is completely omitted. It's just know your responsibilities, know your duties. 2 decades of engagement, 2 decades of representation, 2 decades of Muslims getting involved in the various power structures that be, and 2 decades of selling out the community. As a sort of counterweight to IHRC, we had this government, or the previous governments, create organizations to tackle Islamophobia. So you have IHRC doing a sterling job at doing exactly that. But because it didn't play the rules, because it didn't play by their rules, they had to create their own organization, which was there to challenge Islamophobia, supposedly. And we're at a stage that in 2021, the head of that organization is writing for the Jewish Chronicle. And his last 3 of his last 4 articles, and I've taken a note of what they are. Yeah, so don't be taken in by so-called Islamophobia Awareness Month. Too few of my fellow Muslims stand up to hate. And most recently, immigrants need to be taught not to hate Jews. And that's by the director of that organization which is there to tackle Islamophobia is now writing. So when you look at this kind of behavior and you look at the various organizations still trying to get a seat at the table, it's almost as if getting a seat at the table has become the raison d'etre of these organizations, that this is the entirety of our mission, our aim in life is to get at the table. But 20 years ago, they were aiming to get at the table. Now they're aiming to get just close enough to the table that someone might toss them some scraps of food, like you might to a dog. And even to get that would be celebrated as a success. Now, if our community's thinking is at that level, it shows how bad we are. Because when it comes down to it, this government and the system itself treats us worse than animals. And if you think I'm exaggerating about that, take the fact that in August 2021, just now, a few months ago, when the Allied forces lost the war in Afghanistan and they were evacuating Afghans on these flights, they prioritized 100 dogs and 30 cats. They prioritized animals above human beings. So when you see that, I mean, that should be enough for a government to collapse, that kind of news story. But it's not, it's celebrated. It's those who criticize it, tut it. But in actual fact, it's not powerful enough. Why? Because animals have more rights than your average Muslim at the moment. Now, I'm just going to finish just focusing on my issue as a lawyer, because often I have to deal with the secret courts, Special Immigration Appeals Commission, where people who've lost their nationality, people who have been subjected to exclusion from the country and are never actually given the reasons or shown the evidence, that they have to challenge their decision in that system. And I'm often asked, and I often think, should I be engaging with such an unjust system? Is it right? And I don't have an answer to that. The only reason I carry on doing it is because my clients essentially want me to. And I say frankly, I don't believe in the system. It's an unjust system. And the only successes you actually get are on technicalities. So when you get success, it might be because technically someone's stateless. Even then, you have to fight for years and years to get that decision. But when you're up against the substantive allegations, it's almost impossible because you actually do not know what the allegations are. Add to that the Supreme Court's recent ruling in Begum, where they said that deference has to be given to the decision of the Secretary of State. And that's what brings into question, well, what about the separation of powers, where the executive has to be held to account by the judiciary, not have their decisions rubber stamped. And although they will say, well, there is still a process and you have to challenge it, but by giving such deference to the Secretary of State, particularly someone as we have at the moment in Priti Patel's shoes, who is, unreasonable is not the word, but she's so political and biased and pursuing the agenda of a third country. It is hard to take that separation of powers doctrine seriously anymore. And just while we're on that point of Israel and recognizing a structure and working within it and engagement, which is the theme of this conference, we at the moment, ours we talked about Durban and 20 years on, and it's good to finish on this, is that at the moment, the world, and within the world, I mean the governments, I mean human rights activists, I mean lawyers and parts of the left, are not prepared, are not ready to recognize a world free of an apartheid state. With the two-state solution, this is all that they can envision, because that's what we've been given to engage with. They cannot envision that you have an apartheid state and that needs to be dismantled, it needs to be abolished, it needs to be done away with, so that you can have peace and justice for all people in that region. And until that should be sort of a marker that in terms of representation and engagement, we disengage with the situation is so corrupt and so symptomatic of the persecution that our communities face that we cannot engage with it any longer. So yeah, thank you. Those are some of my thoughts.
Jazakallah khair, Brother Fahad, for really some wonderful and provocative remarks. The whole idea, as you said rightly, that there are debacles, there are failures, there are flaws which once upon a time would have completely dismantled and brought down governments and regimes. Even if you think about the British government, for example, the scandals of Harold Macmillan, not even something he himself did, but the Profumo scandal under his watch caused the resignation. Anthony Eden before him. One after the other, we saw this occurring because the system would not accept it, whether that is the population or the public, or whether it was the meta system above it. Now it seems that what has changed since the time of Macmillan and Eden, respectively, is the advent, as Lee described, of and also Redouane, of neoliberalism, and how it has come in to infect these matters. I was struck by what you mentioned regarding the government and the way that they have set up this so-called Islamophobia tackling entity. And it reminds me of Facebook, that Facebook's business model is you either buy out the competition or you create a flimsy facsimile of that which you are trying to emulate and, I guess, ostensibly put out of business. And it brings to mind then that the governments now operate either at the behest of or very much are fashioned like corporations, and what then becomes the challenges that we face with that. On that note, I would like to invite back all of our three panelists as well as our keynotes so that we can engage in a Q&A session. So I know that Sister Arzu will be joining us briefly. But Lee, I was wondering if you would like to actually start with a response to any of the remarks you heard from our distinguished panelists, Redouane, Rob, and or Fahad.
Yeah, very interesting, and it's very refreshing to hear some of the perspectives and the views that are coming through. I think that in general, the way that I would respond is to what I've heard is to say that we're actually seeing the death of a sort of 20th century global paradigm of both politics, health, equality, humanity. People might not be able to see it, but the old world is literally dying before our eyes. Yes, it rages against the light and it becomes ever more extreme in its finality. But the finality of the current neoliberal global system of world hegemony, my optimism springs from the fact that I can see that coming to an end. I can see the paradigm shift, that new technology, new ways of doing things, interconnectedness between peoples across cultural national borders are making and are capable and have the potential of making global change, historic change. I'm also take a bit more pragmatic view in terms of engagement with democracy. And I say that because democracy, my experience of the struggle has been a bit like the stock market. And it would be because racism is extremely linked to economics. And so I've seen it go up in terms of, anti-racist practice. And I've also seen it come down again. But I was always of the view that the structural default setting for British society is cultural, systemic, institutional racism, through economics and political power. And although that's its modality, although you can sometimes stretch it to practice, its underlying rationale means at the very first opportunity, it snaps back. And so you see Overton windows of opportunity where you can achieve certain things, like the Stephen Lawrence thing. You exhort your community to engage in a titanic struggle to achieve something like the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. You achieve the Stephen Lawrence inquiry, and within 3 years of its publication of the report, the recommendations are politically dead in the water. There's backtracking as the system reasserts itself and snaps back to its default setting. Now, I don't see that. Why I think that's allowed to happen here in the UK is two things. One, our lack of internationalism. We keep seeing ourselves as ethnic minorities. I'm no ethnic minority. I'm part of a global majority of black and brown peoples across this world that have the majority. If I allow myself to get into an ethnic minority deficit setting here in the United Kingdom, then I'm going to do myself and my people a disservice. So I think, first of all, it's on what basis is your worldview predicated to then go forward? If we are international in what we do, we become much more effective in terms of the goals that we seek. It's never a linear path to revolution. It's never a linear path to paradigm change. And when paradigms die, like any death, it's painful as the old order collapses in itself. Look at this sort of Caligulan hubris of Boris Johnson's government. Its moral center is collapsing in on itself, such as its hubris and arrogance. So my view is that, look, you're going to have successes, you're going to have setbacks, and you're going to have failure. Our problem as communities is our resilience to keep on policing and engaging in the struggle to defend the consolidation in areas that we've achieved is not consistent. And therefore, my community exhaled when the Stephen Lawrence report was published. And most of them thought, that's it, racism is done, dusted, the majority of it's over, we've achieved, so on and so forth. And they went back to their normal lives. Because in a neoliberal democracy, the overwhelming compulsion is for people to live stress-free, non-problematic, consumer-led lives. And they always want to go back to that. They don't like the tension and the anxiety and the anger required in order to confront the systems. So I hear what people say. I think that internationalism is key. I think that I remain optimistic because I have an inherent belief in the overwhelming power of good people coming together to do absolutely incredible things. And I see that on a daily basis on a macro and major level. And the only extent to which our success is limited is the extent to which we fail as communities to consolidate ourselves within this big tent, within this critical mass of alliance, and start prioritizing the things that can make a difference. So, for instance, electoral reform. So, for instance, designating a climate emergency. So, for instance, ending the scandal of IMF, World Bank, and so on, economic exploitation of our countries on earth. The cancellation of debt, climate justice, reparatory justice. These all things are possible with a united world. And I think that the hope for the future is to teach the next generation some of the mistakes that Azuru mentioned that we made in the past. Investing in dead-end strategies, investing in black faces in high places as a strategic policy response to racism was the biggest mistake we've ever made. Because look what we have, the most diverse cabinet in the history of British politics, at the same time as a complete resurgence of institutional and systemic racism and neoliberalism throughout the country. So black faces in high places haven't made one iota of difference on the progress that neoliberalism has made. It's only when those black faces in high places are linked and accountable to their communities in a very meaningful and visceral way that then you can begin to see, well, if the system wants to take this brother or sister out for representing radical articulation of anti-racist politics, be that what it may, then they're going to have to take on the whole community. But we don't do that. And I think that, you know, partly we have ourselves to blame, and partly this is a critical self-analysis to say we've been pushed back into our ethnic particularisms, into our religious particularisms, and that's the generalized effect of insecurity brought on by neoliberalism. But it gives a triumph to the other side. What we've got to do is stick to the mantra that the more that we are together, the happier we will be.
All right, thank you, Lee. Arzu, would you like to go ahead and respond to the panelists' comments? I think you're unmuted there, Arzu. Yeah.
First of all, I didn't realize I was that depressing, but I am actually more hopeful than probably I came across. But I do feel that there has to be a learning moment, really and truly. And as I said, I start with myself, right? I'm getting to the end of relevancy in terms of years of my activism, and it's sort of, and I'm reflecting on, well, how was I looking at the older generation before, and what did I fail to learn from them? But there is that panic in me that without the anti-utopianism, I quite like that phrasing of it that Rob was talking about, we're not going to get very far. We're going to be stuck in survival mode, if that. So really, I think everybody has kind of addressed some of those concerns that I flagged up. I think maybe Fahad also just about as little bit as depressed as I am. But where do we go from here, I guess, is really my question, which we all can't answer in 20 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever we've got left of this panel. But I think, Lee, we've seen all those alliances, and they were great alliances, really fracture. And you're right. I mean, yesterday, Sheikh Ahmadpour was talking about this as well in the theological panel, interestingly enough, saying that, there's meta-justice that we all need to struggle for. And that is, in a way, also it's a theological imperative that takes us beyond not just our particular experiences, but our particular differences, right? We have sort of allowed differences, sometimes very petty, sometimes quite strong differences of opinions regarding all sorts of things, whether it's dressed up as moral issues or political issues or however you want to describe them. We have allowed those to fracture that, to break that big tent. Okay, so absolutely, this is really the challenge for us in the next generation of how to do that and build a big picture that doesn't rely on what's gone before, because I think that's the problem. We still are stuck in a what's gone before and trying to fix it. It can't be fixed. That's right.
Well, one of the things in Arzu is that a lot of our introspection and looking to the past of what had happened and using it either as a template to emulate or a template to reject and devise something new is based on the same issue, which is the seemingly the permanency of the Western project, which is a project that is having its own issues right now. So I was wondering then, when we're looking at strategies, and I guess this is one of those other big questions, is that it's not just to engage or not to engage, but do we engage with the past, the present, or a future which may look completely different in the 21st century with new external forces emerging around the world, which, as the West's responses seem to be, founded or not, a matter of great anxiety and hysteria. And this is, by the way, for anybody.
If I could quickly just respond to that, I think it is a question of, and I think everybody touched on this, and it's about language and talking about the future and the necessity for a different future. And the problem that we have had is that we have not really understood or forgotten maybe that the system that we are in, we're talking about the establishment is also language, and that, as I'm paraphrasing Shireen Razak really, but it expels us as subjects, whether it's the subject of law, whether it's the subject of being even, okay, in the sense of, are you worthy of the same treatment, the same status? And if we can't really get beyond that and actually articulate something about us as being and about a world as being that doesn't rely on those things that don't accept us in the first place, we're not going to get anywhere. We're going to be stuck in the same bind. So, we can call it imagination, or we can call it just waking up and smelling the coffee, or whatever you want to call it. But we do have, that's one of the big key things to address. Let me say it as a Muslim now, we're scared to say anything that has got a vaguely Islamic veneer to it. You can't talk about any meaning of jihad. You can't talk about I mean, I remember sort of 20, 30 years ago, all these kind of, speak your mind little clips on Channel 4, and there'll be so many Muslims going, yeah, but we don't drink, and there's a reason, because, it's harmful to society. You can't say that as a Muslim. You can say that as a non-Muslim. You can talk about the dangers of, alcohol addiction, etc. But if you look like me and say it, it's going to have a completely different veneer on it. As somebody pointed out to me, it's ironic that it's actually sort of Boris Johnson who was enforcing the ban on alcohol consumption on the tube, on the London Underground, in a way that the Muslim mayor is not enforcing it right now. Why? Because it has a certain blowback on his image, okay? So we need to get beyond the way we are also being oppressed by language.
Well, that and taking the agency away from Muslims, especially Muslim women, and mandating covering the face, I suppose would be another example of that. So we have a couple of questions which I'd like to go ahead and pose. These are from Sri Bhaskar. And particularly, Ridwan, I'd love to see if you could perhaps channel this into your experience with South Africa and the anti-apartheid struggle. Western paradigms and ontologies have failed in theory and practice to produce any semblance of liberation for the oppressed. Why shouldn't the left look at Islam as the liberatory system? And as a corollary to that doesn't this hesitancy of the left in accepting Islam as a liberatory system exhibit their own Islamophobia? I'd like to start with you, Ridwan, and then we'll go to Rob, and certainly our keynotes can also chime in on that one. I think if you unmute yourself, Ridwan. Unmute. I'm sorry, Ridwan. There you go.
Have I done it?
Yes.
Okay. That's a scary question to answer in the first place, because it assumes a certain privileged access to truth. There is, of course, truth, capital T. There is truth which is beyond the evidentiary, without which we cannot hope or love. So there are things that we cannot provide evidence for. But the idea, where I get very scared, is the Muslim with Islam, capital I, liberatory project, capital L, capital P. That's where I get worried. If it is a project that we work on, essentially, I come from a very clear tradition within the anti-apartheid struggle, Qibla. We were demonstrably Muslims. We started out with لقد أرسلنا رسلنا بالبينات وأنزلنا معهم الكتاب والميزان ليقوم الناس بالقسط. The raison d'être of Islam, of revelation, of prophets and whatever, is social justice. After that, ليزكيهم ويعلموا الكتاب والحكمة, all of that are part and parcel of the project of the prophets. But the anchoring logic is social justice. So, and we started with apartheid is a sin. It has a hierarchy of human beings. There's only one human race, the human race. Racism is absurd. Multi-racism is absurdity multiplied. We did not have numbers, but we knew that our struggle, even as we were struggling, was being sold out. We know who they are, they know who they are, but we kept our line. engaged in the struggle. When, for example, just give you one or two examples. The regime, everything that Qibla ever published was banned. Virtually every meeting that we called would be banned. Now, we, from the regime, that was understandable because that's their job. They've got to keep us out of circulation. They've got to shut us down. But when they ban us, what we decided to do was, they don't have the right to tell us what to do. The oppressor does not have the right to determine the limitations of the resistance. And for that, we were prepared to pay the price. 10th anniversary of 1986. We've got people who were arrested for terrorism trials. Because remember, we start with, our sister Arzu said, you can't speak jihad anywhere. I come from Qibla. I come from South Africa anti-apartheid struggle. I am non-violent to non-violent people only. Anyone who is violent in the face of my non-violence makes a nonsense of what I stand for. Malcolm X says, someone puts a hand on your shoulder or those that you love, you send him to the graveyard. If you're not prepared to do any of that, you might as well pack up and go. So the issue is, we call 10th anniversary 1976 in June 1986. We had people who were arrested for having sent people for military training. Yes, we send people for military training against apartheid. Our people were arrested February. And in the run-up to June 1976, the regime declares a state of emergency. Every major organization cancels their commemoration. Everyone, nationally, everyone. We had people who were arrested. We had a reason to be careful. But we had a bigger responsibility. Leaderships went into hiding. They told the people not to go to their meetings. We called our meeting. And we were the only people, as under-resourced, as small, and as undermined as we were by both the regime and the Popular Liberation Movement. We were the only people who held our commemoration. And everyone who wasn't at their own commemoration in the area came to ours. Because they knew when you draw your lines in struggle, and the regime knows that, and this is what's needed in this country. 5 million people stand the risk of losing their citizenship. If 5 million people cannot take to the streets, knowing that they have to force the logic of that law. The same with the policing and crime bill, policing and sentencing bill. If people are not on the streets, waiting to be arrested, breaking the law, forcing Priti Patel, who came to this country on the basis of the people who struggled in the 60s and 70s against immigration and housing and for jobs. They could come because there was a struggle on the streets. And the people who funded that struggle was the community. There were no, the trade union establishment were against black people. But unless people are prepared to draw a line and say, this is our dignity, a change is not going to come. Sam Cooke, love him to bits. Listen to him all the time, a change is going to come. But unless you are prepared to put yourself on the line, and you can only put yourself on the line, you don't have to be a Liverpool or a Celtic supporter to listen to this music. Jerry and the Pacemakers say, you never walk alone. Once you know you never walk alone, you can listen to Aretha Franklin. Respect yourself. Once you have that, got a song in your heart, a prayer on your lips, and off you go. But the parents must be prepared that their children are going to have disrupted lives, but a disruptive life in the tradition of Jerusalem, Medina, and Mecca, Dar es Salaam, Lusaka. Oh, when you have a life disrupted like that, then you've raised your child well. I think that's what I wanted to say.
Saeed, you're on mute.
Thanks so much. I knew it was going to happen one time again. Rob, this whole idea about terminology that you raise, especially with the inverted commas, I mean, it's a struggle then, isn't it, that do we as Muslims, do we adopt the terminology of the zeitgeist, which has already visibility and resonance, or do we try to shoehorn the Islamic terminology, which then runs the risk of, at best, ambivalence, and at worst, maybe some rather antagonistic resistance?
Yeah, well, I think you're right to start on that point of Islamic terminology, as you say, kind of setting up a conflict. I suppose the risk that sets up a conflict. I think for me, the left learning from Islam, I was incredibly privileged to teach. I was formerly a teacher. I was teaching for just by chance. I happened to be teaching for Muslim communities over 15 years in different parts of London. And as any teacher knows, the privilege of being a teacher is how much you learn from your students. And so I learned a huge amount. I grew up with no contact to Islam, with no diversity. I grew up in a village in North Hertfordshire. And so the privilege for me of spending 15 years teaching within Muslim communities was huge. But the thing that I found hugely refreshing about that, and that I continue to find refreshing about being around Muslims, is that being a Muslim in 2021, being a Muslim at any point in the last 30 or 40 years, you can't fail to appreciate that there are different ways of being, that there are different ontologies in the world, that there are different worldviews. And for me, one of the least diverse places is I now work in universities, and the university is just totally lacking in diversity. It's a sort of monocultural, secular worldview generally, and so I found myself ever more working with Muslim and other religious colleagues. Again, generally broadly within a sort of sociological construct, but again, because you can't fail to appreciate that there are different ways of being, and I think that's the starting point, is to appreciate difference. And I think that there are some current trends on the left in that direction. I mean, you've obviously got the kind of the left, again, using those scare quotes, the left of kind of Starmer and Blair and stuff, which is clearly not the left, it's only in name. But through kind of Corbyn was clearly a project that appreciated diversity of views and opinions and worldviews. To sort of more recent writing, sort of the big book that came out this year from Graeber and Wengrow, which was all about appreciating different worldviews, undoing the teleological argument that somehow this neoliberal economy is the apex of human civilization, and that again, by appreciating different worldviews, is possible. So also, I recently edited a book for a technologist, someone called James Bridle, which will be quite a big book out with Penguin next year, where he looks at different ways of being. And again, I think that's part of that same trend. So I think that, for me, that offers some hope for the left. But as Lee quite rightly pointed out, as soon as those Overton windows open up, they snap shut, as with the Corbyn project. But I want to end on again, the point that I made about anti-utopianism, that that kind of allegiance between Islam and the left is kind of disparagingly called in France, and it's sort of creeping over here, the Islamo-gauche. That's great. The fact that that's being named by people on the right because they're scared of it is great. That should be. We should take power from that and recognise that we're being labelled because we're being effective. So there is something there, but notwithstanding Lee's point that those windows do snap shut, but there certainly is something there, and I think it's a very pertinent question to ask that I think the left can learn from Islam, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Oh, well, we have a couple of minutes left, so I'd like to ask Arzu or Lee if you have any closing remarks you'd like to make.
Oh, I think that it's been a fascinating discussion. Look, I just think that the relentless cycle of human history and progress and the way that it plays itself out means that we're all aware of these various thematics where hope is abundant and hope is extinguished, and we sort of move between these two continua depending on our experience and where we are. But I think that gives me profound hope for the future is that the younger generation are abandoning the old cultural shibboleths of their parents, that the global community, wider communities out there in humanity is responding to the challenges that the pandemic puts across by quite rightly identifying the structural inequalities of capitalism and big pharma as playing a key role in the extension of this threat to humanity. And I think that Black Lives Matter gives me, and the climate change young people give me that hope. So I think that my role at this advanced age now is to ensure the next generation avoid the mistakes of the past. Redouane spoke about, the Mercedes ruling class in post-apartheid South Africa. It wasn't very post-apartheid at all. But I think where I have greater hope is modern capitalism is not sustainable. Thomas Piketty, the great French economist, has made a life's work out of detailing the economic success of Western nations. And he demonstrates very clearly that the saturation of consumer markets in Europe and the West means that GDP growth for these countries can never be between 1.5 and 2%. And 2% is the high point, more likely to be 1%. And so I think when you look at the economics, when you look at the compelling paradigm shifts of the old order dying and a new one being born, yes, things look uncertain at this stage. Yes, it looks like the triumph of neoliberalism. But precisely when Caligula emerges as a leader of a Roman Empire is precisely when the moral rot sets in to that empire, and all empires come to an end. And the Western Empire, just to finish on a slightly spiritual point of view, if I may, Western Empire has invited its own karma in terms of its blanket refusal to acknowledge its crimes and its atrocities against people across the world. And we all know that anyone who lives in denial is, almost designed to self-implode at some point and destroy themselves. The saying, give somebody enough rope and so on. And I think that's where we are. Look, capitalism is the most fantastically resilient economic system ever invented in human history. So I'm not underplaying the extent to which there may be a few more years in the old thing yet. But my spidey senses are tingling at the excitement of the opportunity that young people, I think, bring, which people like myself and Arzu and Redouane and Rob and you, Saeed, can be, useful grand advisors to the next generations of leadership to hopefully make sure that they're able to finish the job that we started.
Thank you, Lee. And by the way, Thomas Piketty does have a new book out called Time for Socialism, Dispatches from a World on Fire, 2016 to 2021. as a follow-up to his magnum opus, Capital. Arzu, do you have any? Would you like any final and closing remarks on the session?
Yeah, just to build on the hope that Lee continues to give us, that just referring to Sandu yesterday, actually, let's just get on with imagining a new world now. Let's get to that project and move away from our failed experiences. Thank you for the rest of the panel. Really, really great conversation.
Excellent. It seems like our work is cut out, to borrow from the Who, make sure that when we meet the new boss, it's not the same as the old boss. With that, I'd like to thank Lee Jasper, Sister Arzu Marali, Dr. Rob Walker, and Radharwan Krainstein for joining us on a really wonderful and exquisite panel. Inshallah, now we will be taking a brief break. Please don't go away. We will be having our final session 4, shortly after. Jazakallah khair. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramon. Just wanted to check your sound. Can you say something? Ramon, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. Can you talk?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Walaikum salam. Here.
Okay.
I think I hear you. Let me see. Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you completely fine.
Okay.
Okay, just wanted to check the sound. So we'll add you.
How long I have to for my talk?
15 minutes.
15. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with the Islamophobia Conference 2021, working with the westernized establishment. Yes, no, maybe. We're going to have the last panel, last session of there's the fourth session and today's second session. And we have two very distinguished academics. First is Saria Contractor. She's a very well-known academic, and she's been working on Muslims in the UK on many projects. Just finding her bio so that I follow. Yes, she's an associate professor and research group lead for faith and peaceful relations at the Centre for Trust, Peace and Social Relations, Coventry University, UK. She is the elected chair of the Muslim in Britain Research Network. As a feminist sociologist of religion, she explores interreligious relations in Britain, women's religion, digital religion, and British Muslim studies. Among other research, she led the first research exploration of the experiences of children of Muslim heritage in the care system in Britain. Her publications include Muslim Women in Britain, Demystifying the Muslimah, Religion or Belief, Discrimination and Equality, Britain in Global Context, Islamic Education in Britain, New Pluralist Paradigms, Digital Methodologies in the Sociology of Religion, Islam on Campus, Contested Identities and Cultures of Higher Education. Today, this panel is about serving the community. This fourth session, the session for serving the community and social services or community program, and I like to invite Saria as the first speaker.
Thank you, Saifuddin. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I never know who it is when people introduce me, but thank you very much indeed, and thank you to for inviting me to present my research at today's session. So I thought I'd tell you all a story through research projects that I have delivered over the last few years, but a story that extends beyond my own research career. So this story that I'm going to tell you starts in 1999, 2000, when very dear colleagues, Professor Paul Weller, Kingsley Purdom, and others ran a research project that looked at discrimination on the basis of religion in England and Wales. That research was delivered long before my time, but what it did do is it went on to inform the government's work around legislation to prevent discrimination on the basis of religion. This research project was fraught all sorts of issues. It was funded by the British government and so had to toe the government line, which wasn't always great. But nevertheless, this was the first ever piece of evidence that provided, robust research narratives of how people of particularly minority ethnic backgrounds faced unprecedented, forms of discrimination, significant forms of discrimination, including Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. There is something called what I describe as displaced Islamophobia, where communities that look physically like Muslim communities, so other South Asian communities, Sikh and Hindu communities also experience discrimination. So that was the first little piece of evidence that I wanted to allude to. Moving on from them, and I've decided not to use a presentation today, but to use props. So moving on then, and this is where my research story starts. Straight after my PhD, I come out of university into the blinding sunshine, and I got recruited by the same Professor Paul Weller to run the second iteration of the project that looked at religion or belief, discrimination, and equality written in global context. Now, there was one key difference in this particular research. We did not just include religion, we also included non-religion. There was another key difference in the findings of these two research projects. That the first one that was funded by the government, that was delivered in 1999-2000, and the second one that was delivered 2011. So a decade separated them. There was a difference in who was funding the work. There was also a difference in its outcomes. Now, the first project, going back 1999-2001, came up with an analytical spectrum of forms of discrimination that ranged from religion or belief, ignorance, through to, prejudice, direct and indirect discrimination, institutional and structural forms of discrimination. So that was the old project, the 1999 project. Fast forward a decade to this project that I was involved in. Again, we went across the country, we ran a massive survey, we collected solid and rigorous evidence of the forms of discrimination on the basis of religion or belief that people were experiencing. And again, as academics do, we did our analysis and we came up with another analytical spectrum. Now, there were changes over the decade. There were changes due to new communities moving in, new mobilities. There were changes due to, back then, increased Eastern European communities coming in after, border rules had changed. And remember, this is all pre-Brexit by a long, long time. But when I looked at this analytical spectrum, in addition to the same categories that we had, so ignorance, prejudice, discrimination, direct and indirect, institutional, structural discrimination, we came up with a new category, and this category was called religion or belief naivety. Now, this religion or belief naivety was characterized by an understanding that we live in super diverse societies, we live in communities where still people have not encountered a minority ethnic faith or a minority ethnic community. And while not encountering a community is not an excuse for ignorance, there was nevertheless a case to be made here. How do we educate communities about all of this super diversity around them so that they know how to react? Let me give you an example. There was, a participant told me about a big dinner that was organized by the cathedral, and I will not tell you which town, to protect the identity of this cathedral and this community. It was brilliant. All the interfaith leaders from across the community came around, and they had this really robust discussion with the archdeacon leading the discussion, and everybody was really, really pleased, and they felt they were really serving the community in raising awareness of diversity. It then came to dinner time, and when it came to dinner time, nobody had told the caterers, that this was an interfaith dinner, and so the caterers had served the sandwiches with the salmon sandwiches next to the pork sandwiches, next to the vegetarian sandwiches, all on the same platter, and nobody really could eat if they were vegetarian, or if they wanted halal food, or if they didn't mix fish and milk. So the Jewish community, nobody could eat other than the Christian communities. Now this was well intentioned, the dinner. It wasn't in any way pejorative. Nevertheless, people were disadvantaged. And this is the kind of example that I'm talking about when it comes to religion or belief naivety. Moving on then, I want to talk to you very briefly about the Islam on campus research that I delivered with Professor Alison Scott Bauman, Professor Matthew Guest, Dr. Shuruk Naguib, and Dr. Aisha Phoenix. This is fresh research, fresh off the press. And again, we found that our university campuses are characterized by super diversity. And one piece of evidence, a very quick piece of evidence that I want to share with you, was that in dealing with the super diversity, in addressing and negotiating identity, what young people said to us was most powerful was not, the top-down interfaith dialogue initiatives or I don't know, chaplaincy-led events. What was most powerful to challenge, questions of super diversity, to also challenge the extensive scrutiny that young people felt was imposed on them, partly because of narratives of Islamophobia, but also partly because of Prevent and this, the negative stereotyping of Muslims that it promulgates. Unquestionably, what was most powerful in challenging all of this was, personal encounters between friends, between young people studying together that were non-judgmental, and that gave young people the opportunity to see difference, one-to-one on a personal basis. And this, when a young man said to me, I was so nervous when I realized my roommate was going to be a Muslim, I nearly considered deferring my studies. And then I met this young Muslim, and we became friends. And now I understand Islam, and I see Islam is nothing to do with terrorism, but it's all about brotherhood and sisterhood. To me, that gave a lot of hope. And to me, that is the kind of narrative that I hope takes us to the future as we address this question about do we or do we not work with Western or Westernized establishment. Right. Moving on rapidly, and this is the last piece of work that I really wanted to share with you quite extensively. And this piece of work, I don't know whether you can see, it looked at the experiences of children of Muslim heritage in the British care system. Now, we know that there are around 90,000 children in care in Britain at the moment. These are children who, for whatever reason, usually for issues of abuse, reasons of abuse, cannot live with their families anymore, with their biological families anymore. There are also unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, who come to this country, around 5,000 of them every year. Now, these children come into care, right, because their biological families have abused them, or they are not able to live with their biological families for whatever reason. 90,000 of them. Now, what I also know, we don't know about the religious identity of these children, but I've been doing a lot of triangulation with different forms of data, and I approximate that around 4,500 or 6% of these children are of Muslim heritage. So Muslim children are overrepresented in this category of children in looked after care. Now, what happens to these children? Social workers, okay, and for want of a better term, Western establishment, not necessarily, a few, a small minority of them, maybe of Muslim heritage, take them into care. Now, there's so much hoo-ha at the moment about social work practice because, that poor child died in Solihull. But um, social workers have a hard job, it's a difficult job to start making decisions about children's lives, decisions, that are going to impact on their entire lives. But anyway, we around 5,000, 4,500, 6% of these children are of Muslim heritage. Secular social work practice takes them into care. Secular social work practice tries to make decisions for their life outcomes. Either do they go into foster care, do we work with their families to try and get them to go back to their biological families, or if it becomes clear that they cannot go back, we then need to make arrangements so that these children have homes. Now, again, all of research tells us looked after children, vulnerable children, what orphan children, if that's the term you want to use, should not be placed in institutions. They should be placed in homes because they don't need institutions. They need families, mums and dads or foster carers or uncles and aunties who can look after them. And this is the secular, structure, quote unquote, Western establishment that is trying to make, enable the best outcomes for these children. Now, I've been going out there researching, and while I have uncovered blind spots where, social workers don't understand the insistence of a Muslim heritage child to eat with his fingers on the floor and not at the dining table, and may then brand that eating at the floor on the floor with your fingers as bad behavior, while they may not understand that. They are also motivated by a desire to find, the best outcomes for children. And so me and my research assistants, as well as other colleagues, have been working with social work establishment. I sit on the National Adopter Recruitment Steering Group that is run by the DFE, so establishment. I have also been training social workers. Last count, around 500 social workers have been trained by me and my team around what does Muslim heritage, what does Muslim identity actually mean. And by and large, we generally find that while there are ideas of Islam that might impact on how, social workers deal with children, there are ideas of Islam that they garner largely from, the media. And that's not helpful at all. Media narratives of Islam are not helpful at all. But what we uncovered was these social workers, yes, they're establishment, but they're also part of the same society that we are all part of, that over scrutinizes Islam and largely, positions it as negative. They're part of these same structures. And what my work has tried to do is to challenge these normative, largely negative understandings of Islam that they have, but give them, replace that with understandings of Islam that reflect its diversity here in Britain, that reflect the everydayness of Islam. That for my children, Ramadan, and for lots of children, Ramadan isn't about austere fasting. Ramadan is about the big meals that happen in the evening. And when we give social workers these narratives, they tell us over and over again how refreshing it is for somebody to actually tell them, not expect them to know, but tell them that, look, this is what Islam is, and this is how, you need to engage with the child, this vulnerable child, to find out what their understandings of Islam are, what their lived experience of Islam is. Now, as I draw to a conclusion, and I don't know, how much time I have. Can somebody tell me how much time I have? But as I draw all of this to to a conclusion and start thinking about the question that this conference sets us, is westernized, is it possible to work with westernized establishment? And the answer is, what is westernized establishment? Because the first finger that points back, when I think about all of this, points back to me and points back to people like me. We are all, in many ways, products of Western establishment. And so we need to question these categories. Two, I come back to this idea of religion or belief naivety that I started my talk with. As we live in super diverse societies, we also have a responsibility to explain our choices. Now, this stance of explaining our choices is, complements what Asim Qureshi and others write about when they said, we shall not condemn, we shall not justify. My stance complements their stance in that I am not responsible to talk about who does terrorism and why, but I do still feel responsible to talk about my choices and explain it to well-meaning parts of Western establishment who can enable solutions, outcomes for some of the most vulnerable in society. To conclude then, my stance is a conciliatory one. My stance is a reflective one that questions my own positionality and that encourages myself, but also practitioners like me, to move away from dichotomies. Dichotomies are great, East and West. They allow us neat categorizations, but overwhelmingly now we are all enmeshed and mixed, and parts of us are Western and parts of us are Eastern. What we need is positional thinking to see where we can work best. And a final thought to end this, I saw one of the organizers for this was the Decolonizing network, and absolutely I do consider myself as a decolonizing practitioner. At the same time, my positionality also tells me that, can I decolonize, or can I just raise critical questions, raise an interrogative lens that, whatever the establishment is, whether you want to define it as Western or decolonial, whatever the establishment is, we raise a mirror to it and say, look, these are the critical questions that you need to ask of yourself, and we will work with you, and we will bridge our differences to enable positive change. I caught the flag end of the last panel, and we need to set about strengthening. I think the reimagining of society, which is what the last panel spoke about, is well underway, and we need to strengthen it and prop it up to enable it to achieve its success. But that's me. Back to you, Saifuddin.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saria Contractor. I was really looking forward to this talk because yesterday we discussed the theological issues related to working with the establishment. And I think all the speakers agreed that, of course, there are questions with working with the political establishment. There's no question with working education in terms of local or the institutions that serve the community, like health service and care service. So in that sense, you raise this importance of actually, especially the social care and foster care, which is, I think, neglected. Of course, I don't think anybody would object to that, but it's an area that Muslims often neglected. And I'm really looking for, is that book available? Your last the small booklet, is it?
Yeah, there are.
I'm very interested. Yes.
This is available. Thank you, Saifuddin. This is available as a free download from the project website. There is also a paper that is open access that I have written on this, and if I can send it around.
Yes.
To the
yes,
network.
Please. Yes, if you email back, you receive the email. That would be very good for my interest, but I'm sure everybody else would be very interested in this very important project you are carrying out. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now our second speaker is Professor Raman Grosfell, and he's a very well-known academic from University of Berkeley. Is international. His work is internationally recognized, and his work on decolonization of knowledge and power, as well as his work on international migration and political economy of the world system. He has published numerous articles, research articles. I can't just name books. I'm not going to go over each one of them. It would take up all the time. But he's a very well-known academic, and he's going to be joining us audio only because he has some problems with his video, I think. Professor Gross?
Yes.
Yes, please, floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very well.
Assalamu alaikum. If it gets cut off or something, let me know. I don't know why I'm having trouble listening to the broadcast. So I imagine it might be the same with my voice, my audio, but let's try it. If it's getting cut off, please let me know, alert me.
We'll let you know, Ramon, but so far it's completely
that's
fine.
Why I cut off the video, because maybe it works better for the audio to not have the video. I wanted to talk about the relationship between our activities, in terms of fighting for social justice and the state. I want to begin with the experience in Latin America. In Latin America, you have movements that have coined a conception that has broke away from some of the, I would say, Eurocentric dualistic thinking of the westernized left. The westernized left is split between status solution, that is state-centered solutions to social problems, and these are mostly the socialist left, and the anarchist left that are absolutely anti-state. In Latin America, there are there's been debates about this, because a lot of these westernized left debates get reproduced there too. But there are now, recently in the last 20 years, interventions that have broken away from this idea that either we participate inside the state and the solution is there inside the state, or we stay away from the state and then the solution is outside the state. With Hugo Chavez, there was a major break, because Hugo Chavez brought the idea that it was necessary to occupy the state, that is the bourgeois, modern, racist, patriarchal state with all its problems, to interrupt the politics of domination. But at the same time, understanding that that state has a lot of problems and that the solution is not going to come from there. The idea was, let's work from outside the state while we interrupt inside the state the politics of domination, neoliberal politics of exploitation and so on. We build from outside what he called the popular commune. He was calling for the popular commune. He was saying that we need to build a different type of state in the long run, even though today we cannot get rid of this state machinery that we have inherited from the old society, because it will be crazy, because if you do that, you basically get the US imperialist invasion taking over your country in a second. So you have to use those state structures you have inherited. You try to distribute wealth from there. You try to do the best, but the most important thing he said was, we cannot have the illusion that all the solutions are going to come from there, like happened with socialism of the 20th century. He said the socialism of the 21st century cannot fall into that trap. It needs to build from outside the state. And there is a squatter movement in Chile that is a very popular old movement that in their own way, they have coined the slogan of the struggle, where they say, against the state, within the state, and from outside the state, all at the same time. So they're saying, this is the slogan they do, they have there. And the slogan is, from against the state, within the state, outside the state. The struggle has to be done in all these areas at the same time, okay? Because of the idea, this idea that Hugo Chavez expressed, which is we need to interrupt the politics of domination. That's why there is a need to occupy the state. And so strategically, the idea is that you have to go against the existing state you have inherited from the imperialist neocolonial structures of domination. You have to go against it. You have to to get inside it to interrupt their politics of domination, and then you have to build from outside. You cannot build from inside. You need to build from outside the alternative future form of a state and the decision making, which he called the communal power, commune power. He had a slogan, Hugo Chavez, comuna o muerte, commune or death. He was saying, if we don't build a commune, we're dead. We need to build a commune, even though we have to do it simultaneously while we occupy the state. So he broke away from this dichotomy of either you are a state-centered socialist or statist, or you are an anarchist, anti-state, And so I'm saying that but what happened in situations where you don't have the possibility, not even in the middle run or long run right now, to consider the idea of occupying the state? And this is what happened with many of the movements today inside the imperialist countries. Inside metropolitan centers, it is inside the metropolitan centers, it is very difficult today to have any kind of progressive movement to talk in a soft leftist way, not to talk about something more radical. I mean, not even a progressive movement right now is in the horizon of winning elections in the global north, okay? So what do you do in a situation like that, okay? Where you don't have the situation that maybe you have in Latin American countries, where it is possible in many countries to be able to occupy the state by winning elections, or by, in the case of Chile, even if you're not winning election, at least you put some people inside to fight, do the fight that is done in the streets also within at the same time, but never replace the struggle from outside, no? So what do you do in the situation we are at inside Britain, inside France, inside the US, and places like this where, there is the rise of fascism? Look at France today. France have 5 presidential candidates. 4 of them, the ones with more plausibility of winning, 4 of them are not right-wingers. They're fascists, literally fascists. And there is only one who is a leftist guy. And at least now doesn't look good in terms of the elections in 2022. And the same thing in Britain. You have a corrupt left in Britain that they lost the battle because they became the photocopy of the original. So when you come to power, you do exactly what the right wingers are doing. You become the photocopy, and what happened when you become the photocopy of the original is that next time people will vote for the original. That is, they will vote for the right or extreme right, because if you are supposedly leftist and then you come to power and then you do the same thing they're doing, you don't do anything different, okay? Like the Tony Blair years, for example. Well, don't be surprised if in next time you're going to get right-wingers, because you haven't transformed the subjectivity of the people. What you have done is the contrary. You have reinforced right-wing ideas in the subjectivity of working classes and everybody. So don't be surprised if by becoming the photocopy, next time you lost the election. And this is what has happened with all these social democrats, corrupt neoliberal social democrats all over Europe, that when they were in power, they were just repeating the same thing the right wingers were doing. And then when they opened their eyes, they were basically, doing, caving the hole of their own cemetery, because they were basically displaced by right wingers who came in the election and said, you know what, we're going to do it better than you because we are the original, you are the photocopy, and this is exactly what the slogan of the fascist Le Pen in France, who always said, you guys are the photocopy, and calling people vote for the original, not for the photocopy, and so I'm saying this because we are in difficult times, especially in Western imperialist countries. And then what do you do? Here comes the experience of movements like the Young Lords, like the Black Panthers, and others that basically is, because of the difficulties of being able to do a fight within the state, they basically built on their own forces, self-determination on their own forces, by occupying the spaces that the state, the neoliberal state, was cutting off. For example, the Young Lords were the equivalent of the Black Panthers for the Puerto Rican community in New York. And they were doing services to the people. They were inspired in a little essay of Mao in China that was called Serve the People. One thing about Mao and why both the Panthers and the Young Lords and many other groups identify with is that Mao was a thinker from the global south, thinking in terms of anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, in a way that the westernized left inside imperialist countries, they don't deal with. They don't deal with imperialism, colonialism, racism, and so on. And that's why within the Marxist tradition, they identify with Mao. And Mao had an essay called Serve the People. This essay was very important, not only at the time in China, but worldwide, because a lot of theologians of liberation in Latin America from the Christian tradition, they were using that essay. In that essay, Mao was basically saying, listen, we cannot do like the northern-centric communists or socialists, where the people are serving them. Our job is to serve the people. We as socialists, communists, etc., we are here to serve the people. We're not here for the people to serve us. Because the moment you do that, then you become a ruling class. So he was calling for self-determination of the people, and self-determination included taking over the services that the state has abandoned, like healthcare, like breakfast, like organizing collective breakfast in the communities of color of the US. Both the Puerto Rican with the Young Lords and the Black Panthers with the African American community. They were calling for so food distribution, healthcare. For example, they have clinics with doctors attending the community freely in terms of health issues. And they even created their own schools. And I think that right now, given the moment that we're living inside imperialist countries in the global north, where the possibility of occupying the state through elections is out of the question, in the middle and maybe long run too, not to talk about the short run, we have to come back to those models of the Black Panthers, of the Young Lords, of the Brown Beret. The Brown Berets were from the Chicanos in the US, the Mexican-American equivalent of the Panthers and the Young Lords. And basically take over the services that the state has abandoned. You could see that also in the Middle East with a movement like Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a great example of this principle of serve the people by basically organizing themselves, their own services that the state basically is not doing. And I think that in the Muslim community in the West, there is a potential for that because, in a sense, there is this idea of also helping the poor people, and through zakat, and transferring resources to people that are needed, So there is that potential of transferring of resources and organizing community-based services for the community in a context of a neoliberal austerity that becomes almost like genocidal because they cut you off from everything, including health. And in a moment like this with COVID, there's a lot of people dying unnecessarily because they're not getting the services. And so my call is to look at the experiences of these groups that in the 1960s were taking charge of the community needs, delinking from dealing with the state, okay, and or waiting for the state to provide the services and taking over the services, as they say, by self-organization, by self-determination of the community. I think I run my time, right? If I'm correct. And
yes. Thank you very much, Ramon. Thank you very much. This is excellent.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's also a very important talk, looking into alternatives of when the establishment, political establishment, fails its duty of looking after the needs of communities, especially the deprived communities. I think it's important that Muslims just do not complain, but act upon it and find alternatives and alternative establishments to the community-based services to fill this gap and serve the needs of the community in terms of healthcare and other social services and some of the basic needs like food and sheltering and clothing. So I think this was a very important contribution. Now, after listening to our keynote speakers, we'll move on with the panelists. And we have two distinguished panelists who will be responding to or commenting on the keynote speakers. First panelist is Zareen Taj. I will be just reading her. Zareen Taj is the director. Is the former chair and current trustee of Muslim Women's Association of Edinburgh. She has led Edinburgh projects with the Women's Group and Radio Ramadan Edinburgh since 2007, including cultural events like Taught by the Pen, as well as public meetings on Islamophobia, the Prevent Duty, and raising awareness of climate issues. Floor is yours, Zareen.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for all the hard work that everyone's been doing to make this conference happen. The first thing that always comes to my mind when I come to IHRC conferences and events is that we as Muslims stand firm for justice. We're taught that from the Quran, and we don't follow our personal inclination. So some of the speakers have been pointing that out, that if we be part of the system, we end up losing part of our integrity. So if we stand firm in our Muslim belief and our sense of justice, I hope that we can interact, because the question is, do we take part in the westernized system? Yes, no, or maybe. And the answer after listening to yesterday and today seems to be yes, no, or maybe. They seem to be the answer, because it depends who you are and what you're interacting with, whether you can make a difference. And the efforts that people put in, nothing is wasted, because it becomes a building block to the successes later on. So absolutely none of the work is ever wasted. I really, truly believe that. What I learned last year from the COVID year was we set up mutual aid groups in our local communities and literally feeding people. We live in a state, a developed country state, a world power, and we still needed to be feeding our community. And the work goes on. People we've befriended during the mutual aid months, we still continue to help now. So that should be clear to us, that we are being oppressed, as Professor Grosvigel says. It's the state that we have to push back on, and the mutual aid era, unfortunately, is finished. We seem to trying to go back to normal, whatever that is, whereas we should have used those months to really build on things, on the structures we needed for our society. So in the words of Assata Shakur, Black Panther, she says, "It is our duty to fight for our future. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains." So the love and support part was nurtured when we all realized things were equalized by lockdown. Where is that awareness gone? So I see myself having campaigned with Scotland Against Criminalising Communities over the years, against Islamophobia and Prevent Duty and racism. Do I identify myself as the oppressed Muslim woman? Or do I see the bigger picture and realize we're all oppressed and we're being used? There's Islamophobia and is being used to oppress everyone. So then I wonder if I can share this. Just how does it go? My computer. Oh, forget it. I won't bother sharing it. It's too complicated. All right. So when I was looking at what we've been doing over the years, and I was listening to the speakers and what we should be doing, then what comes to mind is that we've been giving a voice to the voiceless. So our successes are few, and they're not impactful enough to change the system, but the events and the activities that we take part in, particularly as Muslim Women's Association, as a grassroots campaign, really embedded in the community, we make changes by educating our community, giving them the understanding of the issues that we should be thinking about. So two of our events back in 2010 and 2011 was Talk by the Pen, where we featured the history of British Muslim soldiers in the Great War, and then followed up the following year with further talks on that, but also launched Poems from Prison book, which was the poetry of a detainee, Dala Ehsan, just before he was extradited to the US, and he's back now in the UK. But we were highlighting these issues, and that's as much as we can do with the resources that we have. But it's very, very important. And the previous speaker was Surya was talking about educating the social services about how to look after Muslim kids. Well, me and my husband were foster carers in the 90s, and I had racism against me for the way I dressed when I was looking after children. They were, Muslim heritage way back when, but it wasn't so much the children needed sensitivity towards them. It was actually, I was on the spot, and it was like, why do you dress like that? That was a criticism. So that really threw me. That I'd kind of shut down a bit after Salman Rushdie's the response to Salman Rushdie's book, Satanic Verses. What had happened was that I realized we weren't living in a society that understood religious language anymore. It wasn't respected, it wasn't understood, it was archaic, and the ideas were lost on people now. So we sort of retreat into ourselves and just do what we can with where we are, with what we have. And then in Scotland, I was able to link up with SACC, Stop the War, and Radio Ramadan and Muslim Women's Association gave me opportunities to work within the Muslim community. And that's been really, really important to connect with people and get our authentic Muslim voices heard, instead of they just ask, a newspaper quote. People would just ask for a quote, and they've not actually, they've got a quote from someone in Glasgow when the incident happened in Edinburgh. So we started to be an authentic voice. And do we work with the establishment? Do we not? It's always been our, we police ourselves. Like, what are we doing? Are we sticking true to what we aim to do for our community? So we're very careful about how we take funding, and the activities we do are led by what people want in the community. So one of the things that came up was we were asked if we'd like to take part in hate crime talks in Edinburgh with the council. So I went along to do a pilot talk, and I said, this is what I'm going to say at the talk. I'm going to say that Prevent says this, this, and this, and it's really bad for our freedoms. And I used this SACC, Scotland Against Criminalising Communities, leaflet saying what's wrong with Prevent and how best, to understand Muslim communities and fight back against Islamophobia. So I was going to say that, and I sent it through to the person setting up the talk. So she allowed me to say this, but she wanted to use a clip at the end of how Prevent works well with right-wing person being helped by Channel, by de-radicalization program. And she wasn't able to get her video sorted out, so she never got to show it. So mine was the last word on Prevent, and she wasn't able to show hers. The thing was, after the pilot talk to the council, to varied people from the council, all white, none of them Muslim, the police suddenly, I didn't know where they were while I was doing the talk, but suddenly they were around us at a table, and I was brought forward to talk about how did that go. And I realized, oh my goodness, this is directly in conjunction with the police, because it's about hate crime, and they're watching everything we're doing. But what an opportunity to get through to employees of Edinburgh Council and tell them our point of view, because I'm being given a platform. So we rolled it out later in the year at 3 different places in Edinburgh, and I was able to say my piece, and every single time, for some reason or other, the Prevent video didn't work. There was always problems with it, either the sound or whatever, and I got to say our piece. So I just was very uncomfortable at how involved the police were in this project, because obviously it's a hate crime. It was you have to report it to the police, and we do have our MOS was a third-party reporting center. But then what did we, I didn't want us being involved, and we were just targeted after that to, will you take funding? Will you be part of this? Will you be part of that? And we had to keep saying no, because we'd done what we wanted to do, and we weren't interested in anything further. We didn't want to be on a committee to help them spend their money or anything. But I wasn't able to continue the talk. So another member of the group took up the mantle to go to do the talks. The first talk that she did, she couldn't give her talk. She said no, the council person had to say prevent was completely wrong. The council person saying no, this got some uses and it's really important, right wing, and so it broke down. So there was a direct sort of examples of where I tried to work with the system to try and change things. I don't know how far we got. I didn't get that much feedback, and then somebody else tried to work with it and felt, no, I'm not going to compromise. She has to say it's all wrong. She won't. So then the talks just finished. So we didn't get that platform anymore. So it was kind of self-regulated. If it was a bad project that we were embarking on, it finished then. So that really worried us, that we are very, very dedicated to educating our women and their children. We start with toddler group through to youth group through to teens. We understand completely that it's not suddenly when you become an adult that you suddenly realize these things. If you're nurtured from when you're young and you have confidence in your faith, you have confidence in who you are, because we are very diverse as Muslims, and Edinburgh attracts a lot of diversity because of being a university city, then we need people to be confident about their identity. I don't even know what I've had to rethink my own identity, and I may be one of the first people stripped of their British citizenship. I don't know, because I was born in Pakistan, but I don't have any links with it. So having personal experiences helps us to understand the experiences other people are having and their children are having, and we completely work with the whole family. And now we engage in all the campaigns. We've been engaging in the campaigns not to dismantle the NHS, and I've been approached by XR to help to improve their diversity, and I'm not keen on that.
You have 1 minute left, sisters.
Yeah. So we are such a minority that these things happen, that we get asked to be a front or a face for a campaign or whatever. So we can do what we can, but I don't worry so much when a lot of people say, oh, Muslims aren't doing this, Muslims aren't doing that. I don't worry so much, because it's the same situation for every campaign group, whether you're Muslim or not. We are stretched, the state is oppressing us, and we need to love and support each other to help fight back. We can't do it by just organizing it and being busy. We have to give each other rest and nurture our communities. So I think, thank you for including us in this talk. I look forward to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Sister Zareen. This was a fascinating talk, and giving this experience, sharing this experience, your own experience from your activism, work with the community. I think it's very important, and it's a very good, important response to the speakers. I just want to summarize briefly just a couple of points that Sister Zareen Taj mentioned is actually connecting with Ramon's talk, that is setting up alternative mutual aid groups and feeding the community, because the problem with the system, and especially the not taking care of the needs of the community, the political establishment is not taking care of the needs of the community, not necessarily Muslims, but also weak and the poor, the poor members of the community. So she's making a very important, making an important point here based on her own experience. Also educating the community at grassroots levels, and educating them about their rights and their identity, and the ways that they can serve the community, but also they can preserve their identity. And also connecting to Saria's talk, speech about working with the social services, with the institutions, and then it made some progress, because at her time, based on she was discriminated, even herself was discriminated when she was working for the social services. But now we have we made a progress thanks to the works of Saria and some others working in this field, training and educating social services in their dealings with Muslims. Thank you very much again. And now we can move to the second, our second panelist. Second panelist is Abid. I'm just finding Abid's. Yes. Bio. Abid Chowdhury heads the IHRC Islamic Human Rights Commission's advocacy project within the UK. IHRC advocacy works to support Muslims in the UK combat racism and discrimination. As a part of his advocacy work, he is in charge of formulating IHRC's response to UK counter-terrorism legislation and policy. He also oversees the work of IHRC Legal, which supports those who have faced discrimination in employment. Abid has worked on numerous UK and international projects for IHRC, including conflict resolution projects in Pakistan, Malaysia, and Indonesia. He has authored a number of reports and documents for IHRC covering topics as diverse as conflict resolution to the UK counter-terrorism laws. Abid, thank you very much, and the floor is yours. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, so I was given a brief to discuss sort of community engagement, Muslim organizations engaging with wider society and with the state, as it were. And I wanted to sort of share my observations so I've been with IHRC for about 10 years now. And over that time, I've sort of worked with them in various capacities and seen sort of how our organization itself, but how Muslim organizations interact with wider society and the problems they face, as well as how we interact with the state and the issues that may arise. And I wanted to sort of try and identify a number of issues, and maybe we can sort of open them up in the Q&A as to solutions and so on. So the first issue is about how sort of community organizations engage with the state and the issues that arise. So here I wanted to sort of distinguish between social and political organizations. It's a very crude distinction, and it's not an academic one, but it's just useful for the points I was trying to make. So by social, I mean sort of dawah organizations involved in community outreach, soup kitchens and things like that. Political organizations, think of IHRC, Cagement, organizations that are involved more in sort of fighting for rights rather than sort of providing services to communities. So in terms of sort of a few years back, we did our sort of environment of hate report, and one of the recommendations that came out in terms of engaging with wider society was that we need to have sort of more activities and ways of engaging with wider society, soup kitchens or interfaith events and things like this. But then that comes with a caveat, there is a problem that Muslims need to understand here, and that is that, while we may go out there and engage with the wider society, and we want to engage, on our own terms as Muslims, we're not good Muslims, we're not bad Muslims, because, the good Muslim, bad Muslim narrative is a problematic one. For every one good Muslim story that you'll see in the media, there's 15 bad Muslim stories there. So, a lot of Muslims want to push away from that, and they just want to be themselves, engage in, when if I go to a soup kitchen, I'm just there as a person, as a member of society. It might be inspired by my faith, but it's not a political act. So these sorts of organizations, one of the things that they need to remember is, they are situated in a toxic discourse, which, as much as they may eschew, as much as they may want to sort of walk away from it, they can't, because, it's the environment they're in, the environment of hate, as IHRC sort of talks about. A good example of that is the whole Trojan horse issue. So, ignoring all the sort of media madness around the issue, at its core, it was basically a group of parents wanting to get engaged in their local schools, the schools that their children went to, and basically create an environment in which their children can excel. Take away the Muslims, out of the equation and just stick a bunch of English parents in there. It's an everyday thing. Parents get involved in their children's school. They try to make it the best school possible so that their kids have the best chance in life. And yet, in this particular instance, that's not what happens. We have a situation where basically, it becomes an Islamist conspiracy to take over a school. And then from there, it spawns multiple reports, multiple investigations by different institutions. And so, IHRC met with a lot of their parents, parent governors and teachers afterwards. And I remember one of the things that sort of came across from them was they couldn't understand why this had happened. They couldn't understand where it had stemmed from. They were just doing what everybody else in this country does. They were just getting on with their lives. There was nothing political about what they were doing. They just did something which was, normal. And yet here, they are stuck in the middle of this tornado, of this media storm. And the reason for that, as IHRC sort of identifies, is this toxic discourse. You cannot escape it. So while, we should be engaging, we should always keep in the back of our mind that, we can be still be attacked, even when we're trying to do what is expected of us. Because, engaging in your local school and giving your children the best education possible is arguably, a civic duty. On the flip side, you've got the political organizations and the problems that they face, and IHRC would, squarely fall into that sort of realm. And here, we tend to engage with the state, and what tends to happen is we tend to face one of three responses. Either we're attacked, or we're ignored completely, or when they do try and engage with us, there's a sense of apathy, of they don't really care. So the attacks, they will try and, whether it's the media attacks or the state labeling people extremists, it's basically to undermine and delegitimize organizations. So we saw recently Dr. Salman Butt win against the Home Office that when they called him an extremist. They ultimately had to accept that, the term extremist, that they had unfairly labeled him. IHRC itself has been, repeatedly attacked in the media and, insinuations by the Home Office. And it's, again, a way of sort of delegitimizing us and our voice. Or they completely ignore you. They, we can complain again and again and again about, media racism towards Muslim, but they just ignore it. And recently we saw, I think, the editor of the Sunday Telegraph or the Times, she came out and she sort of acknowledged that, British media narratives on Muslims aren't exactly always, I forget the terminology she used, but it was sort of really muted and, it wasn't ideal, essentially. So, Muslim organizations for the last 10, 15 years have been saying, no, media narratives are Islamophobic. She could barely sort of acknowledge that point. It was just, yeah, there is an issue there to think about. But so, we can sort of bang our heads against the wall again and again, but they would barely acknowledge our concerns, or, ignore our concerns, I should say. As for the apathy part, a good example of this is Sister Arzu spoke earlier on, and she leads our sort of hate crimes research. And a few years back, me and her met with a gentleman at the European Union who was tasked with leading Europe's response on Islamophobia. I forget his exact role. And, me and Sister Arzu sat down with him and, we gave him huge amounts of literature. We came with, example after example of what was happening in the UK. And there was barely sort of any sort of response from him. It's his role to, come up with a strategy on how European states deal with Islamophobia. Yet he could barely muster any sort of enthusiasm or any sort of response beyond just looking at us and, okay, thank you, and moves away. So that's a huge problem, because what it does is it sort of means that, I know Zarin earlier mentioned that, no work is ultimately futile, it doesn't go to waste, but it sometimes feels like that, you're just banging against the wall again and again and again, and there's no response, or they're ignoring us, or even worse, they're attacking you to undermine you. So that's sort of one set of problems I wanted to quickly identify. Another issue, and it's come up a few times over this weekend, is the issue of community alliances. Muslims have sort of gone into their own silos. We've, I read something this week about, masjids as race temples. It's, mono-ethnic communities who are just sticking together. They're barely even interacting with other Muslims, let alone wider communities. It's a bit of a controversial term, but the idea that, Muslims have sort of gone into these silos, it's problematic. I can understand why Muslims might want to do that when they're under a constant barrage of attacks. But what it basically means is that, when we do speak, and I think one of the speakers mentioned this yesterday, we're speaking from a position of weakness. We're speaking as, we've become sort of so fragmented. It's only these fragments speaking one at a time. Whereas what we need to do is create alliances within ourselves, but also create external alliances with Black communities, with, other minority communities who are facing issues, because only then would our voices be amplified and be listened to by the states. Whereas, if we continue to keep fragmenting, they don't have to take notice of any of these fragments of our communities. And then the final issue that sort of, again, IHRC has been dealing with quite a bit, and I thought I'd raise here, is the issue of sort of state social engineering. So I mentioned the whole issue of good Muslim, bad Muslim. So that's a narrative that's used by the state in various ways to try and sort of engineer what Muslims think, how they behave, and so on. So, citizenship classes are a good example. The ideas are not specifically British. They don't necessarily teach children how to go out and be better citizens amongst their communities, how to treat their neighbors, and so on. It's just a set of ideas telling us what you need to believe in. And whenever the citizenship issue arises, it's always within the context of minorities, and in particular Muslims. So it's a way of sort of trying to create the good Muslim, as it were. It's they're telling us, you need to be pro-Zionist, otherwise you're not going to get a seat at the table. So what Fahad was mentioning earlier on, that they are deciding who comes at the table, and so certain markers, ideas are necessary for you to even come near that table. And if you're not adhering to this, then you're the bad Muslim, you're the extremist, you're the problematic one. You are the one who's fracturing British society. You cannot hold opinions that go against the current orthodoxy, and the state tells you what that current orthodoxy is. And we saw even in France, Macron talking about wanting to have a greater say or even control how Muslim education works within their institution. So that social engineering is a massive problem, because if Muslim organizations give in to this, essentially their voices ceases to be an authentic one. It becomes whatever the state tells them it is. It is whatever orthodoxy is currently fashionable, as opposed to whatever we believe in as a point of principle, whatever comes from our tradition. Ultimately, we decide what our religion is, we decide what our tradition is, we decide what our outlook on life is, and we need to be given that space as citizens of the countries we inhabit. Otherwise, we are not, the good Muslim is essentially not an authentic Muslim. He is the Muslim that the state wants him to be. So yeah, I will leave it there. Those were just my initial thoughts, and hopefully we can unpack more of this in the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Abid. Again, very very important input, focusing on this targeting the Muslim unfairly by the media and the political establishment. The example of Trojan horse scandal, which was very important, and of course at the time it was a major scandal and really shook the Muslim community. And the second issue is the labeling local Muslims unfairly as extremists, or ignoring them completely. It's Abid placed at this idea of the social engineering, and creating these idea of good Muslims and bad versus bad Muslims, and this idea of creating Orthodox Islam or version of Islam and Muslim. But unfortunately, this is not only case with the Western countries. I think Muslim countries also suffer from this, because state always try to control the interpretation and understanding of religion, because it's kind of the ideas of justice, equity, and other ideals are well embedded in Islamic teaching can cause trouble for political authorities, unjust and oppressive political establishments. So I think there should be more discussion on that, but not just in the Western context, but also in the Muslim context as well. I like to break here for 10 minutes. It's Maghrib time in the UK. Here in Canada is not even Zuhr time, but we'll have 10 minutes break, and after 10 minutes we'll continue with question and answers, and we'll have further discussion and debate, inshallah. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. After a short break, we continue with the session 4 of this conference, Serving the Community, Social Services or Community Programs. Before I continue with the question and answers, I just like to remind everyone that after this question and answers, we'll have summary of the day 2 with Professor Saeed Khan, and then we'll have a final talk with vote of Masood Shajara, vote of thanks, and then we will conclude the conference. I'd like to invite now everyone to have question and answers. There have been some questions on the social media. There was one about Trojan horse. So Abid briefly mentioned that. If I can find that question, it was actually, yeah, that took place in Birmingham with a clear attack on Greece grassroots Muslim contribution. So yeah, it was just somebody was highlighting, and then Arzu reminded me about this, the work on the Trojan horse incident. If I can, yeah, it's the book Countering the Extremism in British Schools by Holmwood and O'Toole, and it's a really good expose of what happened in Trojan horse. And John Holmwood has also written a few extended articles online about it. So that's, I think, answers the question, and also Abid answered briefly the question. Does anybody want to comment, further comments on Trojan horse incident?
Just
Yes,
just that. So we're talking about how the Muslim community were kind of stitched up by the whole thing, and it wasn't extremism happening and stuff. But what people remember, I'm pretty sure, if you ask anyone on the street, they'll think, oh, the Trojan horse was about Muslims doing something naff or something bad. It's like the Rice-In plot never happened. It wasn't a plot for bioterrorism, but if we use Trojan horse as well, I think if we use the same term, it just perpetuates it. I wonder how we can really completely eradicate that, the issue, the media coverage, the way it was covered.
Yeah, I think it was, I remember at the time, I was teaching a course at Durham, and we had a very heated discussions and detailed discussions about this incident. And then after a few months later, there was another news on The Guardian. I remember clearly that one of the Muslim schools achieved the best nationally, and there was no mention of no mention about the identity of that school. And the only reason I noticed, because it was an Islamic name, the name of the school. So I went and digged into it, and then it was Islamic faith school, and it achieved the best. But these kind of achievements, but Abid also mentioned that they're never acknowledged as they're not associated with Islamic identity, and it's just a name there, and a minority school. I think I remember it was just mentioned as a minority school. But whenever something bad happens or perceived to be bad, then it's always Muslim identity is there, and then it's so much emphasis given to that identity. I think that's a very important point. Yes, Abid.
So I can't really answer the question that Zarian's posed there. I don't know what the solution is, but the problem is, and this was what I was trying to say, is, they create a toxic environment. They create this environment of hate, and it's a very deliberate one. So if we take the Trojan horse issue, it was a deliberate sort of strategy of just report after report, investigation after investigation, article after article, just presenting this as some sort of Islamist takeover, right? And there was, no engagement with, who are these parents and what were they actually doing, and how is that in any way problematic? there was clearly a sort of an agenda there. And once they've done their job, they're not going to go back there to unpick it. They're not going to go back and sort of say, oh, we made a mistake, or this was a thing. And so, you mentioned the work by John Homewood and these guys, fantastic work. It completely unpicks it. But, this is done at an academic level. How many people buy university academic literature? The reality is that, that those sorts of literature is aimed at other academics, aimed at students, and probably, the odd activist might pick those books up. The narrative contained in those books isn't going to get sort of dispersed within the wider community. So, from now until, 100 years' time, Trojan horse will always be, the Islamist takeover of a school in Birmingham. And I don't know how we overcome that. I don't know how we challenge that, but we're going to keep seeing these sorts, or we have seen these sorts of things. And unfortunately, unless and until we find a way of sort of challenge the systemic problems, we're going to keep seeing these.
Yes, Saria, if you want to say something.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly come in because I think both Zareen and Abid, and it was wonderful listening to your sessions. Thank you very much. They raised this important point about language and media and the overwhelming, negative narrative. And the problem with all of that really concerns me is the socio-political impact. On the Islam on Campus project, we asked people, in a survey, where did they draw their knowledge of religion from? And we had a whole range of options, and people said family and friends and school and religious leaders. And media, but media was a small representation. And then we asked them, where do you draw your knowledge of Islam from? And media suddenly jumped up. And if every day, Joe Smith or Khadija Khan, if you want a Muslim equivalent, Khadija Khan is probably a real person. That was a made up name. But if you're trying to, if you're then basing your knowledge of Islam on all of this, it is invariably going to impact your dealings with Muslim communities, your perceptions of them. And I think what we have to do, maybe as academics, but also as, it's not enough for it to be academic, but as civic society practitioners, I think it's a hard job because, but we've got to set up this alternative narrative. We've got to be brave enough and do it. We will be battered down constantly. Zareen gave us that example, but we can't stop. We still have to create that narrative. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. There's a question from one of the YouTube viewers, Rashid Matala. I think Dr. Saria Contractor is this question is for her, but I think the question is for everyone because everybody mentioned something related to that. But we can start with Saria and then continue. So I'll just put the question: should we perhaps spread corrective knowledge about Islam and Muslims via neighborhood organizations and inviting individuals to our homes, or both?
No, thank you for that question, Rashid. Abid and Zareen have already started answering, those questions in more ways than one. And they've both highlighted what can be achieved in relation to change and improved narratives, but they've also highlighted the pitfalls, the risks, the dangers. Are you going to be pulled up to be this good Muslim, or are you suddenly going to say something wrong and, fall into the bad Muslim trope? It's a big question, something that I've been thinking about. And the one thing that I sort of, it came up over and over again in my research, it comes up. What helps is not necessarily discussion and dialogue about Islam. What helps is discussion and dialogue about sharedness. So on the Islam on Campus project that I mentioned during my session, over and over again, when young people came together, either because, they were studying together and their course leaders had put them on the same working group, or, they were in the same room living together, sharing halls of residence, what they realized, through this lived experience, they realized that actually whether, I'm Muslim or not, our university experience is characterized by this desire to do well. It is also characterized by my Muslim colleague being somewhere lower down on this veritable social hierarchy, and also so therefore bearing the brunt of, you know, XYZ stereotype. But nevertheless being able to, you know, overcome that negative understanding and see what was good and what was shared. You know, when I worked with Muslim women in the past, I got Muslim women to create stories and I shared it with, you know, non-Muslim audiences. The first reaction was, oh, but they are brown, darker skinned and they're wearing hijabs, they're different. But then when they heard the stories, they said, oh, actually, this girl, you know, this girl Basaria is just like my friend Bess, and I can see how they've got similar values, and that's what really works. And whether that means opening your homes or you know, sharing the expertise you have, there is opportunity to do that. But you know, I cannot preach it. There is so much, you know, I cannot tell what Muslims should do and shouldn't do. And so, you know, because we live in times that are socially and politically you know, the hierarchies are overwhelmingly negative. So we've got to be cautious. We've got to do what we can do, but also be aware, yeah, there are going to be barriers.
Yes, Irene, go ahead, please.
Yeah, what we, with Muslim Women's Group, what we use is all the mosques in Edinburgh. So we use them for our public meetings. So we bring in people who are not Muslim to our public meetings on climate or anything. We do mosque tours of the main mosque, and that gives us access to school groups. And we our mosque was targeted by the Scottish Defence League, saying they're going to pull out their children from mosques because mosques preach hate. So my colleague, Tasneem, phoned up the newspaper and said, what is this newspaper reporter doing? And he's got quotes from people in Glasgow. We're here. We do the mosque tours. And so he got back in touch with us and he said, oh, I'm really interested in what you're saying. So we got him to come to the mosque and have a mosque tour. And then he did a positive story on the front page with us in front of the mosque. But he did reiterate the SDL narrative in the inside, if people bother to read it. So we, you know, okay, we got on the front page, and but they're reiterating that nonsense, because we said the reality was it was 3 BNP parents, and 3 of them pulled out. 60 children came on the day. 60 children still came. So what is the issue? What is it? Is three you know, parents outside the norm. But we use our mosques and spaces as a platform, and we're not affiliated to any one mosque, and we work with all these strange committees and still manage to get activities done in those spaces. But also we created an event called Love Culture Hate Racism, which is in response to the Anti-Nazi League had the Love Music Hate Racism, and it was very popular. But we can't go to that because it's lots of alcohol, it's late night, it's gigs. So I said, well, why can't we? Why are we being left out? So we created a Love Culture Hate Racism in a church hall. We had world music, not just ska and normal, world music from Edinburgh, where we'd already created links with Japanese society, African society and stuff over the years. So we just pulled in all our contacts and we created it. And last year, just before lockdown, we had our 5th event. We couldn't have one this year, and it was only because of lockdown. But that's the kind of thing. So we are having conversations on this is what I was saying earlier. There isn't any understanding of religious language anymore. It's archaic. Our values are not understood. So we can have a platform where they do understand us. This is our food. Come enjoy our food. Come enjoy our Palestinian dabka at our Love Culture Hate Racism. And people join in. And so, you know, we have to create our own spaces. We can't work with the system as it is.
I think also there are very, you know, people, you can't change everybody's mind. I mean, we can't change everybody's mind. I mean, there are very good people out there. They would like to listen. They are curious. And they would like to know. They're open-minded. I think it's easy to connect with those people, and just having these alternative platforms that Zareen mentioned, and that we can just be accessible. We can make it accessible to them. We can give them that opportunity to know. But you can't just go everybody and then turn their mind, because people are, some people are inherently biased, some people are open-minded. I think we shouldn't force it that we want to change everybody's mind, because it becomes an ingenuine, and it's not, it's not ethically correct, and it's just, it turns into something else. This is just a comment from me. I think Ramon is finding it difficult to connect, but I just would like to put this question to him as well. Should we perhaps spread corrective knowledge about Islam and Muslims via neighborhood organizations, or inviting individuals to our homes, or both? Can you hear us, Ramon? I think he is finding it difficult.
I don't hear you well. What was the question again?
Okay, what I'll do is, can you see the private chat? I just posted it there.
Yes, yes.
Do you want to say a few words about that?
We perhaps spread.
Yeah, his connection is not very good. Yes, Saria, go ahead, please.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Ramon said one thing that was really interesting, and sort of mirrored in what Zareen was saying about religious language. And she said, Ramon said we need to enter these systems and these structures of governance and politics, and also work from within. In my work with social workers, if I go to them, I learned very quickly that if I went to them and spoke to them about the 5 pillars of Islam and the 5 beliefs of Islam and core theology, they wouldn't get it. But when I was able to speak social work language and talk about safeguarding and identity and social graces and the need to fulfill children's whole needs, that's when they got it. And then once they got it, once I became a trusted practitioner, you can tell them, all right, and this is how religion informs our identity. So the bridge building is tactical, it's a negotiation as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very important. Ramon, are you able to comment now? He's I think, internet connected. Yes, go ahead.
Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, we do.
I think, yes, you can spread Islamic principles. You can try to provide a positive image, but the problem is not that. The demonization of Muslims is not about having a wrong understanding of Islam and we need to educate people and that kind of thing. It's more about institutional racism. Institutional racism is going to always come up with violence and dispossession towards its victims. And what is happening in British society, as well as in the US and in the global North today, this Islamophobia is racist. It's really institutions trying to bash, repress Muslims as a way to develop or reconstruct whitey once again in these societies, the privilege of white people. And when what they do to build their own privilege and their own superiority is by inferiorizing other people. And this is what they're doing in a systematic way. So it doesn't matter how much you show, you show them that you are not violent or that you are not this or that. They have an agenda, and that agenda is tied to imperialism, wars in the Middle East, the Zionist project. I mean, that are at the center of this institutional racism that we're seeing all over the global North, because it's about constructing the Muslim as the enemy. And that has to do with an agenda of imperialist system, against Muslim people, and an agenda of the Zionists to build the argument that Muslims are terrorists and therefore what they're doing with Palestinians is justifiable. I mean, this is what is going on. And we cannot be confused about it, because the problem is not education. The problem is transforming the power structures. That's the problem that we need to face. We need to fight against power, and we need to transform the power structures that are producing these inequalities. I hope this is clear. I don't know if my voice is heard.
It was very clear. We heard your voice very clearly.
Okay, but
yes,
I think that there is a lot of confusion. People thinking that it's just that people don't understand that, you know, Islam, or that they're ignorant, that we need to educate them. That's not going to make it, because the agenda is bigger. The agenda is bigger. It's about warfare. It's about imperialism. It's about taking resources away from countries that are Muslim majorities. It's about the justification of genocide against Palestinians and so on, you know, and that's why they need to build these arguments constantly so that they can have their agendas, approved and justified by the majority of the society, who happen to be white in the global north. And this is the problem.
Yes, I think part of the problem is that we Muslims think it's you know, our fault, or we try to do things to, you know, just change things, but we think that if we change ourselves, if we make more effort, then we might change the narrative. But, you know, I think the problem is not the normal people that we can easily connect and communicate. The problem is with the institutions, and institutions wouldn't acknowledge or wouldn't. Yes, Zareen.
So to bring down institutions, we need everybody. We need unity. So not just we can't do it on our own. So that's why I think it's really important to work with lots of groups. So we work with people of similar minded people. So on climate issues, on NHS. So you know how bad the media is. Last year, when all this clap for the NHS was happening, they would print pictures and they would take out the brown people from there, not the black people, the brown people, the Muslim people out of the photograph. So we're up against quite a lot. But what we can say is, when the things that Professor Grossfogel is saying, when we let people realize that the oppression of Muslims and the oppression of our people, oppression of our faith, our identity, will affect them, that's when they'll realize that we have to have unity, because we can see if we're knowledgeable, if we've connected with the issues as Muslims, we can see that we've got to do something about it. So we get up and we start doing things. But what we need is for the majority that Professor's talking about, that to understand that we're not doing this just for ourselves. This is actually for humanity. States are oppressing us. We've got a huge shift to the right globally. Everyone is affected. And I think wasn't prevent used against a Tory MP way back a few years ago. So these issues, you know, stripping someone of their citizenship, we're thinking Arab, Asian person. It could happen to a Polish person. There's a Polish person who murdered Mar Salim's dad. So what if he was a citizen here? He would have his citizenship taken away. So it will affect everybody. Doesn't matter. I mean, doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. It's just whether they don't like you, not even agree with you, not principle, but just they don't like you. There's something they don't like. So the way to get everybody on board is that these things erode society, so that it oppresses us all.
I think connecting it to the yesterday's first session, theological discussion, I think one of the speakers, Shah Mampur, made an, I think, very important point, that there are some values in the society, like such as justice, that we can all embrace it, like whether it's a meta value that it's above religions. So if we, I think, worked around these kind of concepts, then there's an ample room for collaboration, working together, fighting against inequality, justice. But then, of course, what I was actually saying or trying, that we, as a Muslim, as an individual, we shouldn't make like too much effort, like too apologetic about ourselves, because if people are justice loving people and they value some of these international universal values, then we don't, they would eventually, as long as you make your voice clear, your opinion clear, your position clear, then people eventually will come to you to support you. They will work with you, and then you can, of course, work for them, with them, to deal with other oppressions that is not necessarily affecting Muslims, but other group of people. So if you rally around these kind of concepts, that should be sufficient. We shouldn't feel that we should make extra effort to make ourselves look good. I think that is, I am not very comfortable with that understanding. But of course, if you would like to comment on that, I'm happy to listen.
I think you're absolutely right, Saifuddin. We don't need to be apologetic or defensive or try to issue correctives. We just need to be ourselves. I think that is key, and that goes back in my mind. Now, some of you will know I'm a convert to Islam, and what brought me to Islam was the fact that when you look at the prophetic experience, when you look at the early times, Prophet was the epitome, may Allah be pleased with him, of kindness, of justice, of generosity, and those are the virtues that I try to inculcate in what I do. That's what brought me to Islam. Now, we're not trying to say bring people to Islam. All we're trying to say to them is, look at us, we can be good, we are good people, we're just being ourselves. Yeah.
Yes, Zareen, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is the thing I was saying about our identity, giving our communities, the children in our communities, the confidence to be themselves unapologetically. We don't, why we know what we're doing is from divine inspiration. We're not making it up ourselves, so it should give us that confidence, and then navigate the world as it is together. We do need to help each other. Yeah.
Excellent. Abid, do you want to comment?
Thank you. So this is quite an important, a question that's been sort of circulating in the Muslim community for a while. And before I sort of try to or attempt to answer it, my gut instinct reaction whenever this question comes up is one of sort of deep annoyance, if I'm honest with you. Why should I have to so I'm sort of interpreting his corrective knowledge as, us trying to sort of explain ourselves, us trying to sort of be understood by wider society. And part of me, sort of, my initial reaction is, I live in this country, I work, I pay my taxes, I perform my civic duties. Surely that's enough. Why does society want to start from the perspective of, I'm a threat until I've proven otherwise? And so that sort of annoyance sort of is always there whenever I try and grapple with this question. But sort of trying to go into actually answering the question, I think a lot of what the previous speakers have said, I agree with completely. So it's a yes and no from me. So yes, I think there is an instinct amongst Muslims to try and just belong. It's not necessarily an issue of the state making us, but we are a part of this society. We want to be a positive force for the society we live in, and we want to be able to do it unapologetically. So whether that's people giving dawah and getting people to convert, or running soup kitchens or whatever, by all means go ahead. And I think if this is a way for people to understand, learn Islam, and see us as neighbors, fantastic. Obviously, that comes with the caveat I mentioned earlier on. We need to understand where we are situated in terms of the discourse and how that can go awry, because we don't want to be caught off guard, as it were. So yes, we should, especially if it's a genuine, sincere desire to be a part and parcel of your community. We saw during the pandemic a lot. Zareen mentioned this, and I saw a lot of charities sort of set up movements to basically help their neighbors, and they weren't interested in whether those neighbors were Muslim or non-Muslim. It was just about helping the poorest, for example, right? And that's a way of getting people to see you as neighbors, trying to understand who you are and what Islam is. So yes, but then the no, and here I sort of have to lean on what Ramon is saying. The problem is a systemic one. So, through your food packages and so on and your organizations, you might reach 100, 200 neighbors. They may be influenced, and they then may hopefully take that message beyond that and say, yeah, the Muslims aren't really all that bad. But that only reaches so far, right? The overwhelming majority of people aren't engaging directly with Muslims as colleagues, as neighbors, as community members. They may not, some of the strongest Brexit supporting areas barely had any minorities. And, these people were talking about foreigners and so on. So these are people who are not necessarily interacting with Muslims, and yet they have this narrative about Muslims. Where is that coming from, and how do we challenge that? So yes, Muslims should engage with their communities, but the narratives that are affecting us aren't coming from the grassroots. They're coming from the top. So we need to find a way of dealing with that top-down narrative.
Excellent, Abid. Thank you very much. Yes, Saria, go ahead, please.
So very briefly, because Abid, so, you were complaining, Abid, it irritates every time you're asked to answer the question. And I thought I'd throw a curveball into all of this, because we're talking about speaking as Muslims, but we all have intersectional, and there's me throwing a feminist word in. We've got intersectional, complex, layered identities. I am Muslim, but I am also a feminist. I'm also an academic. I'm also British now, and previously used to be Indian. And so maybe instead of speaking for Islam, maybe let's speak about being, British. Nobody holds the citadel of Britishness, exclusively. Maybe we do those conversations as well. So that's just my curveball.
Yes.
So I take your point, and I am British as well, and I get that, but there is also that discussion of where do we belong as British Muslims? In terms of that Britishness spectrum, where do we belong? Do we in fact belong? So the whole nationality bill has thrown that question into sharp relief at the moment. But
or how long can you be British? How long? Yeah, right. They can take it away from you.
Well, don't let them. Don't let them.
When I was in college, so we're talking, back in the early 2000s, the discussion was, can Muslims be British, right? That was the big discussion back then. I think the discussion has moved on. And, when I look at my nieces and nephews who are much younger than me, they've pretty much accepted as second, third generation Muslims that they're British. It's not even a question. If I was to even ask that question of my nephew, he'd probably look at me like, are you crazy? Yeah. Of course I'm British, right? But that's, even then, there's that sense of unease as to, what it means to be British and how you're situated in that Britishness, because, we're still being denied that, but, at various levels. And even where it's been accepted, that Britishness comes with certain tags, when we see Muslim personalities in the media, in the sports field and so on, you're Muslim so long as you don't talk about, you're British so long as you're not talking about certain controversial subjects, or you're accepting certain talking points and narratives that are being, and orthodoxies that are being pushed, right? So Britishness itself is, for Muslims, fraught.
Yes, but I like to, if I may, intellectually, and that's the hard thing. Britain would have been a tiny little island of no consequence if it wasn't for the British Empire. And the British Empire, all its riches and its glories, was propped up on the intellectual prowess, the resources, the cultural know-how of communities that were brown and black, for want of a better word. So it's almost intellectually we've got to turn this idea on its head. But that is a much bigger and I think far too ambitious project. But that is something I like to keep at the back of my head as well. Britishness would have been nothing if it wasn't for people of color.
So I think here maybe if Professor Ramon was here.
I wish, yeah.
Because that is their entire project, right? Reminding the West of, where, what your legacy is based on. Dew was here yesterday. Dew's written several books on the whole slavery issue, yeah. And how I think he says that, if Europe was to repay South America for all the riches it took, it would run into trillions. It would be so much gold, it would weigh more than the weight of the earth itself. that's how much they would owe if, if compounded for interest and inflation. But I think on that point, and I can't speak for Professor Ramon, but what they would say is, they've changed the narrative. They've erased that legacy.
Exactly.
They've erased that intellectual legacy. They've erased that economic legacy. They, they will talk about, us having to prove ourselves belonging, right? But what they won't mention is that, part of the reason why we're here is, everything in India, in Pakistan, in Bangladesh was gutted. And so we were forced to basically look for livelihoods elsewhere. In essence, we are searching for our inheritance here because, it was taken here. It was put on a ship and brought over.
Absolutely.
But that's been erased. And so I think people like Ramon, people like Dew are working on that. And I guess that may be one of the areas maybe you want to sort of connect with them and see how we can get further.
Absolutely. And in relation to British Muslim, history of Islam in Britain, I've been doing a lot of work here. This whole idea that Muslims came to Britain in the 60s and the 70s as economic migrants, quote unquote, I argue vociferously that that is actually false. They came here almost out of a sense of loyalty to the mother nation, and it is this intellectual challenging of narratives. The fact that we had, white Muslim communities in the 1800s, in the the start of the 1900s, we had a Sheikhul Islam of the British Isles. These stories need to be uncovered. They are being uncovered, but then they need to be told and retold, so that this whole idea of what is Britishness and its reliance on, histories of the East. We need to talk more about it.
He's gone.
Oh my gosh, we've lost our chair. We've lost our chair.
I was just going to say, I'm not that invested in being part of the state because I just recognize Britain, US, India, whatever a state it is, as the oppressor. I don't particularly want to be part of the oppressor. I want to assert my own identity. This is my identity. It can't be categorized. We're almost going to lose the BAME label now because there's talk of that. Where will we be put? I don't know. So it doesn't actually matter because each one of us can choose our own category ultimately. What we have to do is unite against the oppression. If we look at it from what Professor Ramon said before, then it almost feels unsurmountable, like we just can't do this. We can't actually get over this. So I really encourage kids to understand that they are what they are. I come from very Anglophile parents. I'm a complete I mix in socialist circles. I don't have their idea, the particular Anglophile ideas, though I love English literature. And when you look at Dickens, what was happening, what the state was doing to its own people then, it's doing to its own people now. We are those people. The same things being done to us, the oppressions that were happening in Victorian times are happening to us now. They're impoverishing people. We are basically getting debtors' prisons. So I don't particularly, it doesn't give me any joy to be part of that state. What we're going to do, we've lost our chair.
So I've been asked to sort of take over. Okay, no, he's back.
Okay, sorry, it's just some things. Okay, we had, I think, running over our time.
Yeah.
I'd like to just thank everyone for this very rich conversation and very excellent interventions. And I'd like to now invite. Okay, I think this is, I'd like to end this discussion, and then now we have the final wrap up, and then we're going to have Masood talking and then finalizing the conference. Saeed, would you like to start the conclusions?
Sure. Thanks so much, Saifuddin, and a wonderful job chairing, again, just a really rich panel and discussion. So for those of you who are joining us, and regarding a recap of session number 3, as you recall, it was on war and law, and trying to devise strategies on how to then deal with violence, policing, apartheid, and other nefarious acts and policies that then impact the Muslim community and other vulnerable communities. We heard from Lee Jasper, who brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the field. And Lee's perspective was one where non-engagement is in fact not an option. That engagement itself is a check, at least an attempt of a check on the unbridled and unregulated power that is deployed against communities. The community itself, according to Lee, cannot advance equality in isolation. So not only is there the need and the imperative for engagement, but also recognizing the importance of community and coalition building. So these are the ingredients that Lee recognizes and puts forth as an approach. Now, at the same time, we have Sister Arzu Merali, who brought in a rather personal, experiential narrative of an incident of 20 years ago, which was the United Nations Conference on Racism being held in Durban, South Africa, one that Lee himself also attended, and took us through a rather poignant and personal arc of the kinds of aspirations, the kinds of inspirations that come with a certain kind of activism and engagement, and to experience firsthand the rather disillusionizing process, both the backlash and the pushback that many received as a result of that, and understanding perhaps through the exposure of all of these various elements and forces that were working against them, to understand the power structure for what it is. So in many ways, what we're looking at here then is a normative approach with Lee, an empirical assessment by Sister Arzu, in which it then challenges the merits, the mechanics, and even the motivations of whether or not to engage or continue to engage. She poses the idea that perhaps what we need to do is rethink strategy, and in doing so, to think unrealistically. Perhaps that also could mean thinking meta-realistically, that there is a reality that goes beyond what the current one is being defined and dictated by various power forces to those who are striving to change the narrative and to change their own condition. Thinking out of the box, thinking in new paradigms and new strategies. After all, we're quite familiar with the adage that the definition of insanity is to go over and over again with the very same practice and policy and seem to expect a different outcome. We heard in our panelist group from someone with an immense amount of experience through the anti-apartheid struggle of South Africa, and that is, of course, Redwan Kreinstein, who focused on identifying the current condition. So while Arzu, of course, was mapping the situation of this 2-decade-long arc since the conference, we find that Redwan had his attention trained on the last 40 years of neoliberalism. And it's interesting to see then how economics plays such a significant role. And it has been a recurring theme among many of our wonderful participants this weekend, of looking at this relationship between ideological forces and the forces of economics in creating then systems of power and oppression. Looking beyond the neoliberalism element to even what Redwan calls the post-neoliberal landscape, and seeing how these changes and those elements that are remaining unchanged are critical for a community to then ascertain as they're developing and devising strategies. Mass movements are feasible and viable if they are prepped to work with good people inside the system. So here we find then a recognition that the system itself is not fully flawed, that there do reside within the system not only good people who could be allies and change agents, but the need to go ahead and support them from without so they can bring change within the system. We heard from Dr. Rob Walker, who reiterated another very common theme that we have heard over all 4 sessions this weekend, and that is the centrality of language. The role of terminology, especially in the ability to define people and communities as extremist. And his excellent work on looking at, as he puts it, inverted commas, extremism, shows the consequences of how defining a community then essentially strips that community of agency, enervates them from then having to be able to adequately and optimally respond and redefine themselves into something that reflects their own reality instead of a reality that is being imposed by the forces that are working against them. And finally, we heard from attorney Fahad Ansari, who advocates, as does Sister Arzu, of thinking outside the box, and especially looking as power structures continue to immunize themselves from any kind of scrutiny, any kind of accountability, and in fact, any kind of element that would regard them as what they really are procuring, which is criminality. And we see 2 examples that he cited that are part of our current system of challenges. One is the shockingly high death rate as a result of COVID-19, or to put it more specifically, the government's response and irresponsible response and reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic, one that seems to reek not only of incompetence, but also of corruption. And the second, of course, is the very recent and continuing scandals plaguing this particular administration of Boris Johnson around Christmas parties and the contradictions, the hypocrisy of, on the one hand, demanding of the public certain restrictions to their rights, and yet at the same time considering themselves to be above and beyond and external to following or adhering those rules, let alone leading by example. These then seem to be just simply more examples of the kinds of impunity by which power structures are starting to become more brazen in their ability to act outside the rule of law, or to redefine the laws as inapplicable to themselves, but double down on how those laws should be imposed upon others. In fact, if anything, what it then demonstrates is a farther dichotomy between the state, between structures of power, and the way that they then deploy power through war, through law, the policing of these communities, and yes, at times, even violence. Back to you, Saifuddin.
It was very good to listen to you, that you summarized very carefully. It's actually, I'm learning how to chair conferences from you, as well as I'm learning a lot about the team of the conference that working with the westernized governments or institutions and other places. So in the 4th session, serving the community, social services or community programs, we had very distinguished speakers, keynote speakers, Dr. Saria Contractor and Professor Ramon Grossvogel. Saria mentioned her research, that she's been doing a lot of research about the Muslims in Britain and doing very important and covering very neglected areas especially educational and social services, that for correctly training and educating social services for correctly dealing with the Muslim community and children. I think this is very important. It shows that the importance of not working within the system, because there are areas, of course, there is the political establishments, institutions. It's very difficult to deal with, but then of course there are important areas like such as social services, health services, education, and they need training to how to deal with Muslims and how to give appropriate services to Muslims. And in that sense, Saria's research is very important, and she's leading the field and pushing for further in that area, that helping and working within the system and helping to community. And then Ramon, of course, mentioned that the importance of the first of all, he pointed out that there's an institutionalized racism against Muslims and discrimination against Muslims. So it's not about individuals here. There is the political establishment there. It's seized the power one way or another way, and the aim is to keep that power, and then in that process, then they target Muslims and Islam. And of course, Muslims have a alternative way of dealing with this establishment, and they can organize community-based services to fill the gap and help the disadvantaged Muslim communities. And in this sense, he given various examples in different Muslim communities that how Muslims can create alternative establishments to cover for the shortcomings and of sometimes deliberate policies of the political establishment. And then we had Zareen Taj. She beautifully explained her own activist experience as an activist, her experience of providing this alternative establishments, mutual aid groups, and for feeding the community. And then I very much like that she was working for educating the Muslim. She involved in educating the community at grassroots levels to enable them to be proud of their identity, their Muslim identity, and not to be apologetic, but be proud of what they have, the heritage, cultural and religious heritage, and present themselves and being with confidently to the community, and work with the community for important causes, not just for the Muslim causes. Of course, there is discrimination, inequality, injustice against Muslims, but there are other inequalities within the society. So in that sense, she's given us the right example that how Muslims can engage with other communities and help with the other areas, other problems that are affecting the community. And then we had Abid, who's leading the IHRC's legal team. He's doing a very important work helping the Muslim community with the various aspects, discrimination and inequality, immigration. So he's doing a very important job, and based on his experience of dealing with the Muslim community, members of Muslim community, he presented his example and his take on these issues. And the Trojan horse issue came up, that how media is very selective when dealing with Muslims, and this idea of labeling vocal Muslims unfairly extremists or ignoring them. This is either the establishment or the media. They either unfairly label Muslims as extremists or ignore them. This is the way that they deal with the Muslims. And there is this notion of state social engineering, and they are dividing Muslims as good Muslims and bad Muslims, and based on your response to this discrimination, if you are fighting against, trying to fight against this discrimination, then you might be easily moved to bad Muslims and then treated accordingly, either ignored or labeled as an extremist. And there is this idea of creating Orthodox Islam and Muslims, and they are, which means that they are state friendly, and just their role is to approve the state's policy. And of course, as I mentioned, that this is not only problem in the Western societies, this is also the problem in the Muslim societies, that state is always trying to take control of communities and different groups, and they are just trying to use them so that they can they avoid any kind of criticism and challenge. So in that sense, we had a very fruitful conversation, and this rich conversations. And I think my overall comment and observation has been that it's served the conference has very well served its purpose, because when we were having discussions with Saeed and with Arzu, and these were the issues that we were looking to answer. And of course, Saeed and Arzu were the driving force, and I just try to do my best while I'm managing an international move. But we had a very important discussion. I think the first conversation was the first session was very important, because there are some theological issues that we still have to deal with, and we got a very good presentation from Sheikh Manpour and Dr. Abdul Wahid, and I think it was very important to me and probably the listeners, the audiences as well, that we can make this distinction when we are dealing with the Western establishments, that with the political authority, that there are always difficulties, because whether this is a westernized political authority in the Western context or in the Eastern context and Muslim context, political authorities are often is there to seize the power and keep the power and preserve the power, because it's about power struggle, and they don't care about the ethical issues and religious issues. They just want to hold on to power. This is the case most of the time. Of course, there are exceptions in the history and in the modern times maybe, but this is what it is. So Muslims should come up with theories and with the interpretations of the religion to how to deal with this with the governments. And in this sense, I think the both speakers agreed that this idea of this idea of having moral and ethical values that are beyond religion, above religion, not above religion, because in the sense that, of course, every religion has this idea of justice, equality, and fighting against injustice. But these are the issues that people and communities can work together, can rally around these concepts, and they can help each other. And as long as we have these concepts at the forefront of our idea, that we can even use it to legitimize or delegitimize political establishments based on their adherence to the issue of justice and equality. I think in that sense it was very important, but also they acknowledged that aside from the political establishments and their fight to seize power and justify it within the context of national interest, again we discussed, of course, that individually we all hate murder, we all hate corruption and all other atrocities, but these are all justified under national interest. And it's so appalling that collectively, although we despise these values, these vices, we are collectively we are happy to embrace them just in the context of, in the pretext of national interest. So there should be more discussion on that as well. But aside from dealing with the political authorities and establishments, we have other social establishments within the state, and they are part of the wider establishment, of course, the education, health services, social services, and some other areas as well. So Muslims should engage in these areas, and they should work with the community that they are living, because whether we Muslims agree or disagree, they are part of this community, and they are directly affected with these with the services provided in these institutions. So it's better for them to be part of these institutions. I think this is very important distinction and very important take on from this conference. And then of course we had very rich conversations and based on practical examples, and in terms of academia, how this discrimination is and the establishment is affecting the Muslim community, not just Muslim community, the people, the members of community who voice their criticism against injustice that are taking place in different parts of the world. And in academia, we had a very important example of it yesterday. And of course, this idea came up that whether this having alternative, okay, part of it is working within the system, but part of it is having this alternative arrangements for Muslims, and for not just Muslims, but even those who can rally behind this idea of justice to have their own, because it's impossible at some point, of course, to a certain extent, it is okay to work within the system, but there are times that it's better to work outside of the system to criticize and present alternative to the system. I think this is also important. And today we had I think one of the very important discussion to me was that this Muslims should be proud of their identity. They shouldn't be apologetic or defensive. I think Saria put it very well, because that, you can't change everybody's mind, because people have different attitude towards other people's affairs, and you can't change everybody's mind. But what Muslims can do, they can present their ideas, their identity clearly, and make it available to people. But those who are interested, those who have this value of justice, equality, and other these ethical values, they would eventually realize what's going on, and they'll unite with you, and you can work. Muslims can work with these people. But of course, there will be always people that you cannot change, and whatever you do, you cannot present that Muslims in a way that you want them to believe. So there's no point of going them and presenting this. This becomes whole practice becomes an ingenuine process. But also another aspect that Ramon has mentioned, it's not just about individuals, that how we convince the individuals, it's about the system, and the system wouldn't accept Muslim in the sense that not because of their religious affiliation. I think religion is here not the primary issue, but the Muslims who upheld who prioritize some of the important concepts of religion, such as justice, such as equality, and other important core concepts of ethical concepts of religion, would never find their way within the system, because system is in itself corrupt. Certain parts of the system is corrupt, and what Muslims can do, have alternative institutions, and from the outside of the system, then they can present alternatives, and they can present its criticism. And in that sense, within the working as a Muslim, they can survive in this society, in the community, and they can actually, it's part of their civic duty, because if the system is corrupt, then it's duty upon Muslims to reform this system and help the other members of the community. I think this was my take on, and I don't know if I think this is the end. Saeed has already commented, and now we'll have a chairman, IHRC's chairman, Masoud Shajara, will have thanks of vote of thanks. Masoud, the floor is yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I really enjoyed the last 2 days, yesterday and today. I really am extremely delighted that we had this opportunity to have such a in-depth discussion, such a vast discussion. Should we work with the Western establishment? Yes, no, maybe. It was such a delightful mixture of sort of discussion, very high level discussion, and such a variety, such a sort of expertise. I really would like to thank everyone from bottom of my heart, especially Dr. Kara, Dr. Khan, Arzu, and every single one of you who took part, but not forgetting those behind the scene who worked very hard for the last few months organizing and putting this together. And for every single one of them, I really, from bottom of my heart, on behalf of everyone, would like to thank you for your dedication and your commitment. And the viewers, really, I've been receiving so many positive feedback yesterday and today. And I would really like to thank everyone and urge everyone, let us make sure that these videos now on YouTube will be seen by as many people, because it is very educating. It really is a very rich and high standard discussion, which I think will help every single one of us, be it we are Muslim or not. And it really is resources for everyone. What came out of this conference is that what we are facing, the Islamophobia we are facing, is systemic, is institutionalized, and is not based on sort of misunderstanding. And we are living at the environment which is hostile, and it's serving a purpose. We are being turned to others to give confidence to others, to the mainstream, and indeed remove our confidence in ourselves. And we need to tackle both of those issues. We also need to come together because it's all about power and how we could challenge the power of institutions. And there was a lot of variety of sort of suggestions and everything. I think it's important to say this. I know we are just finishing this 2 days conference, but really the number of people who have contacted me and the interest that has been shown by the valuable contributors and those who have been sort of watching and following the conference is that I think it goes without saying that we need to have follow-ups, not just one, but follow-ups. This is actually a very important issue, and we need to follow it up, and we need to sort of bring all of us together and take this further. But without any delay, I'm not intending to actually give another speech here, although there is a lot to be discussed still. But I would like to thank everyone. My suggestion is that this is something that is really worthwhile making a commitment to and working together to tackle this injustice. And let us remember that Islamophobia and racism doesn't just affect the obvious victims, but it actually affects the whole society. And that sort of divisions and otherization, like what happened in the Nazi Germany or at the time of former Yugoslavia, destroyed the whole society. We need to urge everyone to come together to stop this latest sort of division and demonization, which now is reaching a very dangerous point. With that in mind, thank you once more again to everyone, all the volunteers. I know how many people have worked really hard behind the scene. Thank you to every single one of you. Thank you. God bless you.